you ready for Kernels baseball? The Class A affiliate of the world champion Anaheim Angels plays right here on The Zone, ESPN Radio 1600 AM. Now, in his 8th season bringing you the fun of Cedar Rapids baseball, here's the voice of the Kernels. He's the one, the only, John Rogers, here on The Zone, ESPN Radio 1600 AM.
Cedar Rapids Kernels, let the good times roll.
Beautiful Sunday afternoon on the banks of the Mississippi at Alliant Energy Field in Clinton, where the Kernels will be out to snap a 3-game losing skid and pull back to within 4 games of the LumberKings, a team we're trying to catch with just 15 games remaining in the season's second half to procure a playoff spot. Last evening was frustrating for the Kernels. Our pitching staff walked 10. 3 of those men who walked scored for Clinton in their 6-4 victory. Clinton made 5 errors, hit 3 Colonel batters, yet the Kernels were sent to their 3rd straight loss last night. This afternoon, on a dugout interview, a Colonel intern who has served us with loyalty and hard work and maximum performance, Ryan Harris, is going to join us. Ryan will also be our guest during the actual broadcast and help with the play-by-play. Ryan Harris, Colonel intern, fascinating insights on what it's like to be an intern with the Kernels next from Clinton. You're listening to Colonel Baseball on The Zone.
There are 2 important numbers you need to remember when getting your garbage and trash ready for Collection Day in Cedar Rapids. Waste containers cannot hold more than 35 gallons or weigh more than 40 pounds. When you have extra garbage and trash you want picked up by city crews, each canner bag must be marked with special tags. They're available for $1.25 apiece at area convenience stores or supermarkets. This reminder from Cedar Rapids Solid Waste and Recycling.
Winning smiles don't just happen. They take commitment and a team effort between you and your dentist. To create a winning smile, see the dental professionals at the Dental Center on Mount Vernon Road in Cedar Rapids. Doctors Hagenman, Stovey, and Steiberg can take care of all your dental needs. For information or an appointment, call the Dental Center at 365-0534. To create a dental health team that will leave you smiling, call the Dental Center.
Ryan Harris, I can't believe that you go back to school at the University of Northern Iowa in Cedar Falls next week. It has been a whirlwind tour of duty for you as an intern.
That's right, John. I've had one heck of a summer here with the Kernels, and it's just hard to believe that it's already to an end. Being back here, came here in April, and now it's August, and had a great time here. Learned a lot, had a lot of fun, and can't believe it's over.
I told our broadcast assistant, Allie Lensko, that she was in for a marathon, not a sprint. This game of baseball not only tests our players' resiliency, stamina, and mental toughness, but it's the same for someone in the front office. You put in about how many hours per day the last 5 months?
Some of the days when we had games and everything, it could be 10 to 12-hour days, so the marathon is quite correct. We had some 8-game and 12-game homestands there where you're just saying after the 3rd or 4th game, like, oh my goodness, we still have 4 8 games left, and but you battle through it just like the players do, and you go out there with a smile each night and treat the fans to a good game.
What specific duties, Ryan, and I know they're innumerable, but if you could highlight maybe half a dozen of the specific things that you did, and then we'll get to some of your favorite things, but the daily tasks, what are a good 6 of them?
Well, with Colonel's interns, the game day operations are a lot of what we take care of. We need usually 4 to 6 interns to take care of game day operations, most of the things on the field, and some of the scenes you don't see, the regular fans don't see. We set up inflatables before the game. We help set up the suites. We all the promotional activities out on the field, we take care of those. We get those ready, set up. We find the fans in the stands. We go get them at the Blimpie Guest Services Center. We have an intern usually in the Blimpie Guest Services Center. We set up the lineup board, and we just make the whole show run perfect all day.
Yeah, you do, and it does have to run like clockwork, Ryan, with the Rockwell Collins Game Link scoreboard and the coordination between Metro Studios, our public address announcer, our MC, Carla Davis. It really does have to be almost like a script or a football play. Everybody has to know coming out of the huddle what's going to happen.
That's correct. We all do have a script. inning by inning script, and you do need to follow it, and you keep your eye on it, and you have to keep your eye on the game. So it does make the game move a little bit more quick, and it keeps you up to date. You definitely need to know where you're going, what's coming up next. So the fans usually don't really see that. They see the things on the field, but they don't know what's going on behind that as well, and that's what we take care of.
Preparation, and organization. Ryan Harris served this ball club throughout this spring and summer. He's from UNI, and Ryan, we have such a great group of UNI alums all over the state, but especially here in eastern Iowa. I've always heard that it's a suitcase college. That is, that the students leave on weekends and go back to their various communities. What do you like best about being a Panther?
That's right, John. That is funny that it is kind of a suitcase college, and a lot of kids go home for the weekend. And I'm not one of those. My friends and I stay up there. We enjoy our time there. We have fun, and my parents even know that I only come home for special occasions. I'm from Marshalltown, just an hour away from Cedar Falls. But I enjoy the atmosphere. Everything's just right there for you. The Waterloo-Cedar Falls area, there's things to do, keep you occupied for the weekend. And, of course, the studies have to come in there a little bit.
And you're one of those college people that really has applied yourself, Ryan. You're going to graduate in 4 years. What is your degree going to be in, and how is the internship with the Kernels built upon what you're studying?
Well, I'm a marketing major, and I also picked up a public relations minor. I had some extra hours I could fit in and still be done in 4 years. So I got the public relations minor to go with the marketing major, and that's what I was looking for this summer, was a job in baseball on the marketing end. Learn some things with sales and how we do it here with Cedar Rapids. And so that's what I've gotten into. That's what I'd like to get into, the baseball side, or the business side of baseball next year. That'd be great.
Ultimately, that is, next year you'd like to be in professional baseball. 10 years from now, and I know that's hard for a kid 22 years old to visualize, but ultimately, do you have a final goal?
I could see myself in professional sports somewhere. The business side of it, I love promoting what we have, especially baseball. It's my favorite sport by far, and I love seeing people come out to the game, having a good time, and promoting that, making sure people get in the ballpark, and we treat them to a good time. So,
what has been your biggest surprise working for the Kernels or in the Midwest League? Something that struck you, even as a guy whose older brother was involved in this league with 3 different teams, Matt Harris. We've had him as a guest during the season on our broadcast. What 1 or 2 things surprised you the most about your initial leap into this realm?
I'd have to say the things that go on behind the scenes here in the office, especially. I've had a chance to be in here every single day, just about, and what it takes to get people into the ballpark. It's a little bit more difficult than saying we have a game and here show up, but that's probably the one thing that it's just more than telling the people that we have a game. It's getting them out there and then treating them to a good time. Make sure they come back to a game later in the season, later in the year, in the future.
Well, thanks, Ryan, for sharing that with us. You're absolutely right. We are not in a position, nor is any business, to simply open doors and expect people to flood in. We all have to work very hard to make sure that there's good reasons for folks to come to the new Veterans Memorial Stadium. We thank you, fans, for responding to all of our great promotions and family fun and wholesome entertainment that's affordable. Ryan Harris is with us here in Clinton. The Kernels are about to play Game 2 of a 4-game series against the LumberKings, and Ryan will be joining us on the broadcast. We'll have a final word with him here on the Dugout Interview. You're listening to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
You know how it is to have a good friend, someone who stands by you during good times as well as the bad. That's the kind of friend Dave Tobiasen of Family Insurance Center can be. Dave Tobiasen is your Pekin insurance agent in Monticello. Whatever your insurance needs, you can depend on Dave Tobiasen. Dave will settle your claims as quickly and conveniently as possible. See Dave Tobiasen, your Pekin insurance agent at Family Insurance Center in Monticello, for insurance coverages at competitive rates.
In the land of what-ifs, there exists a phrase called, "What if I had more money?" With a Wells Fargo personal loan or line of credit, you can stop all that wondering. You'll not only get the money you need, you'll save more by consolidating your high-interest debt into one affordable monthly payment. And with flexible terms and competitive rates, we'll be sure to meet your individual needs. Talk to a Wells Fargo personal banker and apply today. Wells Fargo, the next stage.
Fully, a full commitment to the Kernels this spring and summer, and that is unusual because we aren't able to pay our interns a high amount of money. Most of them are holding down other jobs, and you were able to work out a living arrangement here in Cedar Rapids that allowed you to dedicate yourself fully to the cause.
That's right, John. I have some good family friends, Paul and Jean Anderson. They go back to my days back in Marshalltown. They used to live in Marshalltown, moved to Cedar Rapids here about 10 years ago, and they've always been friends of my family. They've known me since I was born, and they've set me up with a good place to stay. They offer me meals when I'm available, and I've helped out around the house, helped them out, so I know they enjoy having me as well this summer.
One area, if Jack Rader, our general manager, or Mike Kuhlbeck, our director of marketing and public relations, were to come to you and say, give us one idea that we can use to improve our operation for next year, what would you suggest?
Wow, that's a good question. Well, since we had several people leave this during the season, possibly a new position, maybe, I don't know, maybe a different structure here in the office. So something to that effect to help what's going on here in the office, what's going on, and possibly draw some more people out here in any way like that.
Well, that's a great suggestion, Ryan, because the most valuable asset to any organization is its people and the morale and their passion for what they do. And I think we are looking at some different models, and we're always striving our best to make sure that we get a lot of folks here and that they all, as you say, enjoy and come back. Ryan Harris, you've been a pleasure to work with over the last 5 months. You've been just done yeoman's work, and we appreciate everything you've given to this club. We're looking forward to having you with us during the broadcast this afternoon. When you return home and to the Andersons for this final week before you head back to UNI, treat yourself to a meal at any of our areas. Zio Giano's Italian Spaghetti Houses, Ryan Harris. This $5 gift certificate from Zio Giano's can be redeemed at any of our area Zio Giano's Italian Spaghetti Houses for the pasta that will make you sing. Ryan Harris, on behalf of the Kernels and all the other interns and your colleagues, thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, John. I've had a great summer here, great opportunity, met a lot of great people, and look forward to the broadcast today, too.
Yeah, let's try to get a win here in Clinton. That does it for the Dugout interview. Ryan and I return with this afternoon's starting lineups. Kernels and LumberKings in a moment. You're listening to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
Whether you're a serious athlete or a weekend warrior, injuries can take you out of your game. Smart athletes know that Physiotherapy Associates in Cedar Rapids are the experts in the treatment and prevention of sport-related injuries. Our expert staff serves the metro and surrounding area high school athletes. Physiotherapy Associates of Cedar Rapids, the smart choice in sports medicine. Call us at 398-1569. That's 398-1569. We'll get you back in your game today.
When we met at Spaghetti, we would never forget Zio Giano's. Now it's where mi amore and I dine in. We carry out the lunch and the dinner all the time for lasagna, ravioli, mandagati, cannelloni, tortellini. Or try their delicious salads and sub sandwiches too. Zio Giano's is the hometown taste of Italy. For your next meal with friends and a family, remember Zio Giano's with 5 convenient locations for the pasta that makes you sing.
Afternoon greetings, Eastern Iowa, and to all of our listeners on the internet from sea to shining sea. I'm John Rogers, the voice of the Kernels, and we're here at Alliant Energy Field on a beautiful, sunny, warm Sunday afternoon. The Kernels hope to come out of a thaw that has seen them lose 3 straight and drop into a tie for 5th place in the Western Division second half standings. With only 15 games remaining in the regular season, the Kernels have some catching up to do. Following last night's loss here in Clinton 6-4 to the LumberKings, the Kernels have now dropped 5 games back of Clinton in our quest to make the second half, to make the playoffs by virtue of our second half finish. Let's set the starting lineups for this afternoon's contest. It's the 10th meeting this season between the Kernels and LumberKings. We've won 5 of the first 9. The LumberKings skipper is a candidate for Manager of the Year, Carlos Subero. He's in his third year managing in the Texas Ranger organization, just 33 years old. He's from Venezuela. Leading off for Clinton is their center fielder, Juan Senrizo, fourth in the league in hitting. Senrizo was 0 for 5 last night. Fourth in the league, in stolen bases, Senrizo with 42 steals. Juan Senrizo in center leads off. Batting second for Clinton, their shortstop, Craig Ringe. Hitting third and playing second base, he was a DH last night. Out of Stanford University, Chris O'Riordan plays second base. The cleanup batter drove in 3 runs, scored 3 runs for the LumberKings. Designated hitter Manny Santana batting fourth. Hitting fifth for the LumberKings and playing first base, Hector Lebron. Hector Lebron is at first base batting fifth. The catcher who played first base last night, Chris Hiley, will bat sixth. Hiley hitting sixth and catching. A speedster with 43 steals, including 2 last night in the LumberKing triumph, is the left fielder Cameron Coughlin. Coughlin bats seventh in left field. Hitting eighth for Clinton, he had an RBI double and a sensational catch in right field last night. Larry Grayson in right field batting eighth. And batting ninth for the LumberKings at third base, he played second base last night, Jose Gonzalez. On the hill for Clinton is Gary Hogan. Hogan's 21 years old, and he's from the University of Arkansas, taken by Texas in the 32nd round last year. Gary Hogan, 0-1 in 2 starts against the Kernels this year, coming off a brilliant performance Tuesday in Fort Wayne. Gary Hogan was a 4-0 winner over the Wizards. In 7 innings, he blanked Fort Wayne on only 3 hits, fanned 6, and walked 3. Right-hander Gary Hogan, 5-4 this year, with a 3.57 ERA on the hill for the LumberKings. Allen Motor Company is now proud to present the Allen Motor Company Kernels starting lineup. Allen's I-380 clearance sale is now in full gear, featuring star-studded savings on over 200 vehicles. Right now at Allen Motor Company during the I-380 clearance sale, 0% for 5 years. Rebates of up to $4,000. 2003 Buick Rendezvous are priced at a savings right now at Allen's of $6,170. 2003 Buick Rendezvous are I-380 clearance sale priced at Allen's for just $24,995. Now only $20,995 during the I-380 clearance sale at Allen's are 2003 Buick LeSabres. 2003 Buick LeSabres now just $20,995 during the I-380 clearance sale at Allen Motor Company. Allen's is open until 9 tomorrow evening. Allen Motor Company, I-380 and Boyson Road, exit 25 in Hiawatha. Their interstate I-380 clearance sale is in full swing. Star-studded savings on over 200 vehicles. With this afternoon's Allen Motor Company Kernel starting lineup, our dugout interview guest, Brian Harris.
Thank you, John. Today, Todd Klaus, manager of the Cedar Rapids Kernels, puts together the following lineup. The Kernels enter the game with a record of 59-65 overall. And in center field, leading off will be Quan Cosby. Cosby in center field. B.J. Weed will be playing second base today, batting in the second slot. Alberto Kiaspo will make a rare start at shortstop, batting in the third hole with Eric Ibar day-to-day with his injury. Kiaspo will make the start at shortstop. Jared Abruzzo is the cleanup hitter, catching today. Greg Porter will be at third base. Porter at third. Designated hitter will be Matt Abram today in the sixth hole. And batting seventh is Jake Mathis, playing first base. In left field, Caleb Mayer will bat in the eighth slot. And to round out the lineup with right-handed pitcher on the mound, Kevin Jenkins will make the start in right field. Starting pitcher today for the Cedar Rapids Kernels will be Leonardo Damico. Damico making his third start so far this year. After James Holcomb went on the DL, Damico will be making his third start, and he has a 0 wins, 0 loss record for the year and a 3.0 ERA.
Well, Ryan Harris, thanks so much for setting the Allen Motor Company Kernel starting lineup for us. Indeed, Leonardo Damico, a 20-year-old Venezuelan right-hander, is on the hill, and Leonardo last pitched Tuesday at home against Burlington in a Kernel drubbing of the Bees, 14-6. Leonardo combined with lefty Hayden Glemo to pitch very well. In 3 innings on Tuesday night at home, Damico only gave up 1 run on 3 hits. Leonardo struck out 1, walked none. Leonardo Damico on the hill this afternoon for the Kernels, and really what boils down to a must-win over the next 3 games here in Clinton if the Kernels have any prayer at all of making the postseason. The umpires, Jason Nakiachi behind the plate, Jason Dunn on the diamond. Both teams are sporting knit batting practice tops. The Kernels are in their red knit tops with white numbers and red caps, gray trousers, and red socks. The homestanding LumberKings are in black knit batting practice tops with black socks, white trousers, black hats, and the numbers on their black jerseys are green trimmed in silver. The 2 managers, Carlos Subero of the LumberKings and our Todd Klaus, now head back to their respective dugouts. We're set for baseball here on the banks of the Mississippi in historic Riverview Stadium, now known as Alliant Energy Field, where we can see a gambling boat beyond the left field wall and a showboat. This ballpark has really been revamped nicely. We saw it last night. New lights were installed, a cooperative effort between the city of Clinton and the LumberKings, and the new lights have really added even more to the wonderful experience in this historic, nostalgic bandbox of a ballpark that was built way back in 1937. The LumberKings are about set to take the field. They drew over 2,000 here last night. They're perched in second place in the Western Division second half standings, closing in on division-leading Beloit. The LumberKings are just 3.5 behind Beloit. The Snappers and Clinton have the upper hand in the second half playoff race. We're going to pause here at Alliant Energy Field on this gorgeous Sunday and honor America with the playing of the national anthem. Organ rendition of the Star-Spangled Banner here on Sunday in Clinton, where Colonel Baseball is being brought to you in part by Physiotherapy Associates. Physiotherapy Associates are experts in the prevention and treatment of sports injuries. They've provided the training room and a new Veterans Memorial Stadium with just beautiful, modern, state-of-the-art equipment. That's Physiotherapy Associates. With Colonel Intern Ryan Harris serving his last day for the Kernels, I'm John Rogers. Our in-studio engineer at the Zone is Deb Williams. We look forward to bringing you the fun of Colonel Baseball from Clinton in just a minute. You're listening to Colonel Baseball on the Zone. Degrees
here on the banks of the Mississippi with a rather substantial breeze blowing from the left field foul pole towards the right field foul pole. This is game number 125 for the Kernels. Just 14 remained after this afternoon. A must-win, really not only this afternoon, but Monday night and Tuesday night if the Kernels want to be a serious threat the final 2 weeks of the season. You just never know what could happen, but you have to take care of business first. You can't depend on other folks at this time of the year. You have to get it done yourself. Quan Cosby is going to lead it off for the Kernels. Quan is batting .249. An infield single in the ninth inning last night, and he scored a run to make it 6-4. Quan, a switch hitter batting left-handed, will step in against Gary Hogan. The right-hander with a 5-4 record has given up 106 hits in 106 innings. He's coming off a brilliant 4-0 win Tuesday night at the Castle in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Quan takes the first pitch, a strike called at the letters, a fastball. At third is Jose Gonzalez for Clinton. At first base, it's Hector Lebrone. Up the middle, Craig Ringy at short, and Chris O'Riordan at second. 0-1 to Quan Cosby. The right-hander fires outside for ball one. Playing shallow in left is Cameron Coughlin. Shifted into left center is the center fielder Juan Senrizo. And in right field is Larry Grayson. The catcher for Clinton is Chris Hiley, Jaile. The 1-1 to Quan. Swing and a miss, a changeup. The bottom fell out of it. And Quan in the hole 1-2. Cosby, Weed, Kiaspo here in the Kernel first half inning. Ryan Harris, this is one of the most unique venues in all of not just the Midwest League, but minor league baseball. This is classic.
It sure is, John. Quite the old stadium here in Clinton, 1937, isn't it?
Built by President Franklin Delano Roosevelt's Work Project Administration to put folks to work during the Depression when unemployment at some points reached up to 25% in the United States. Ball two is high and away to Quan Cosby. He bats from a deep crouch, a slightly open stance. Ball three is high from Gary Hogan. Gary 5-4, 0-1 in 2 starts against the Kernels, and 7 in a third innings. He's given us 7 runs on 9 hits. So we've had good success against 21-year-old right-hander Gary Hogan out of the University of Arkansas. He's a Razorback. Quan pops one foul down the left field line. He's still full on the count, 3-2. The LumberKings got away with hitting 3 batters and making 5 errors last night. They won the game. That's because Kernel pitching walked 10 Clinton batters. 3 of those 10 batters scored. And that was the difference in the game, the walks. Big gap in right center for Cosby. If he can shoot one there, he would probably wind up at third. Instead, a borderline pitch was ruled ball 4. Oh, that pitch was close to the outside edge, but Quan took it for ball 4. And the Kernels have their leadoff man aboard here in the top of the first. As Ryan Harris mentioned, Eric Ibar, Kernel All-Star switch-hitting shortstop, has hurt his finger once again. He did so sliding into second on a play that resulted in 2 Kernel runs last night, and that has caused the Kernels to use the versatility of B.J. Weed. B.J.'s playing second base this afternoon with Alberto Kiaspo taking the place of Ibar at short. B.J. a .265 batsman, no homers, 29 RBIs. Hogan fires a fastball high and outside for a ball. Weed last night was 1 for 4. B.J. singled and scored in the Kernel 3-run 7th inning. The sound of a train whistle. You couldn't be in Clinton or Davenport or our new ballpark without. There goes Quan. A looper into left center is a base hit. Quan will go to third. He's going to be held at third by Todd Klaus as Senrizo throws to second. Weed is out at second. Weed is out at second. Oh, B.J. Weed is out at second. The Kernels are burned again as they were last night on a runner trying to be a little too aggressive. And B.J., who lined a single on a hit and run into left center, is thrown out 8-4. That really hurts. It should be first and third, nobody out. Instead, a runner at third with 1 out. And B.J. Weed with a miscalculation on where the throw was going to go. I guess he thought they'd throw to third or home. And B.J. was out at second, but the Kernels could still take the lead with Alberto Kiaspo looking at a pitch way high and outside, ball 1. So Cosby walked and went to third on a perfectly executed hit-and-run single by BJ. He dumped it into left center, where Senriso threw him out at second base on a head-first slide. Now a slider is ruled inside, apparently. Ball 2 to the league's leading hitter, Alberto Kiaspo, with a 2-out RBI single in the Kernels' 3-run 7th last night. Was 1 for 5. He's hitting a league-high .335. And a strike is pumped in on the outside corner from the right-hander Hogan. The Clinton infield is back with Quan Cosby at third and 1 out. Alberto batting third in the Allen Motor Company order, ahead in the count, 2-1. Way outside is the next delivery, and Ryan Cosby danced down the third baseline, and I think that caught the eye of Gary Hogan.
That sure did. He took a double take looking at Quan, maybe think something's going on there.
Yeah. It's 3-1 to Alberto with Quan at third, 1 out, first inning. Ball 4, it's first and third with 1 out for one of the hottest Kernel hitters, Greg Porter. Greg hitting .304, 1 homer, 37 RBIs. Porter could give the Kernels the lead here in the top of the first inning. Gary Hogan has walked a pair and given up a hit. He got some help from his outfielder, Juan Senriso, who threw out Weed after BJ lashed a hit-and-run single into left center. Greg Porter was hit by a pitch in the first inning last night. He went 1 for 3. Greg's a left-handed batter with a homer and 37 RBIs. And this is his second full season with the Kernels. Well, we can't call last season a full season. Greg left the ball club just about this time last season to join Texas A&M for his senior year of football. On the gridiron, and R.C. Slocum's last year at the helm. Ball 1 just missed outside. Gary Hogan is just missing with that outside pitch. Last night we were a little bit astounded at the strike zone of Jason Dunn, who's working the diamond this afternoon. Jason Nagiashi is behind the plate today. A strike, a throw to third, and Quan just got back in. I don't know how he got back in, but he did, diving head first. Porter took a strike. I'm a little bit surprised, Ryan, and maybe Todd Klaus will turn Kiaspo loose. I would run Kiaspo here, A, to stay out of the double play, and B, to put some pressure on the LumberKing defense.
That's right, John, especially with the balls coming by Hogan here. Possibly
a pitch in the dirt, and that's where Kiaspo heads to second base.
Didn't need to steal. They gave it to him pretty much free there.
Well, that's Gary Hogan's 9th wild pitch of the year, and now it's second and third, 1 out. The conventional double play is not in order anymore, and the LumberKing infield continues to play back. Last night's game was 3 hours and 5 minutes, and if the beginning of this one is any indication, we'll have another long game this afternoon. Settle in and enjoy it with us here on the Zone. John Rogers and Colonel intern Ryan Harris. Ball 3 is above the letters. A fastball to Porter. Greg is ahead now, 3-1.
Hey, here we go.
Cosby at third, Kiaspo at second. Top of the first inning, no score. 1 gone. Porter, a left-handed batter, wearing a pair of black batting gloves. Greg takes high, ball 4. And the bases are loaded with 1 out for Abruzzo. Porter almost went around on that high fastball, but held up. And the LumberKings' Gary Hogan is fallen into the trap that our starter, Rafael Rodriguez, fell into last night. He's had to make way too many pitches here in the opening frame. Andy Hawkins trying to change the rhythm and the mindset of Hogan. The pitching coach has come out to talk to the Clinton right-hander, Andy Hawkins, the pitching coach. Colonel Baseball here from Clinton is brought to you in part by the Jungie Automotive Group. Let me tell you who those great folks at Jungie are. They have 4 great locations, 1 great name, Jungie. Jungie Ford in Center Point. Jungie Lincoln Mercury Isuzu on Collins Road in Cedar Rapids. Jungie Chevrolet Pontiac in Anamosa. And Jungie Chrysler Jeep Dodge in Center Point. 1 great name, 4 great locations, Jungie Automotive Group. Well, Ryan Harris, I have to commend you. Your first taste of broadcasting, you have yet another option to consider after you graduate from Northern Iowa, and that is something in the realm of broadcasting. You're a natural.
I sure have seen just about everything here with the Kernels so far this summer.
Why not a time on the air? He was our dugout interview guest as well. A slider to Abruzzo is low, ball one. Jared is hitting .267, the team leader in homers with 13 and RBIs with 68. Jared Abruzzo takes a strike at the knees. Jared batting with one out, bases jammed. Top of the first inning. Bruiser, as his teammates call him, 0 for 3 last night. He was hit by a pitch. This is Jared's 4th year of professional baseball. He's still only 22 years old. He nubs one foul off his foot, and Ryan Harris described the position that Abruzzo wound up in.
He is basically cross-legged, sitting there still behind the plate. Tyler Walls will come out and check on Jared, and he still hasn't gotten up. He seems to be not really in too much pain. He doesn't show much pain all the time, but
you're right,
Ryan. Getting up.
Jared's as tough as they come. He's just now getting up and trying to bear weight on what appears to be his left. Well, I just can't tell. He's wearing a protective shield on his right ankle, and that one must have struck him on his left side. As Ryan noted, Tyler Waltz, the highly respected Colonel trainer, is trying to help Jared Abruzzo in what must be a very painful situation. Jared's going to try to remain in the game. Listen to the hand Bruiser gets from these Clinton fans. That's wonderful. We've commented often about how knowledgeable and respectful the Colonel fans are in the new Veterans Memorial Stadium. It's no different here with the LumberKings fans cheering Abruzzo for his toughness.
John, that was his right foot or right ankle that he hit that off of.
Boy.
He was shaking it down there.
The same leg, he has that protective shield on his ankle. Well, Jared's down in the count 1-2 with the bases loaded. He wants at least a fly ball to chase home Quan from third and give the Colonels an early lead. Instead, he takes just low for ball 2, a slider. Gary Hogan and the catcher, Chris Hiley, wanted that call, and it was borderline to say the least. Abruzzo played with the Colonels in 2001, hit .241 before being sent to Rancho Cucamonga. Now a pitch in the dirt, a slider. What a stop by Chris Hiley to save a run. Chris Hiley saved a run on a nasty slider in the dirt. Now the count is full to Abruzzo with Quan at third, Kiaspo at second, Porter at first. Gary Hogan's working from the stretch. The 3-2 to Bruiser. Outside, ball 4. The Colonels lead it 1-0. And John Gremmels, the beat writer of the LumberKings, letting us know that poor Gary Hogan is suffering the same type of outing that our Rafael Rodriguez did last night. That's his 26th pitch of the first inning. Rodriguez, in 3 innings, made 75 pitches. So Gary Hogan is on that undesirable pace. Good at bat for Abruzzo after being in the hole 1-2. Jared drives in his team-high 69th of the year. And here's Matt Abram, who did not play last night, a right-handed slugger who has been remarkable for the Colonels. He lines one foul past third. It would have scored 2, if not 3. It was foul Ryan Harris beyond third on the grass by about 6 inches.
Just about, yeah. That's right. He could have scored definitely 2, possibly 3 with where that was hit.
Ooh, Matt Abram ripped one high over the head of Jose Gonzalez, just foul for strike 1. Abram hitting .195 in 35 games. Don't let that batting average fool you. He takes the curve for a strike. Matt has been one of the most productive Colonels. 7 home runs in 35 games, 23 RBIs in 35 games. But he's in the hole 0-2 with the bases loaded and 1 out. A slider low and away. Matt Abram. The Colonels look sharp in their red knit batting practice tops, which they wear every Sunday, home and away. Abram takes a slider high, ball 2. Kiaspo's at third now. Porter at second, Abruzzo at first. 1-0 Colonels, top of the first inning, bases loaded, 1 out. Their right-hander to Colonel D.H. Matt Abram. A wild pitch, but Kiaspo very wisely holds. Because Ryan Harris, the wild pitch Hit what?
It's a concrete wall, it appears to be back there. So, and came right back to the catcher.
And Hiley had to leap up and barehanded. If that ball would have gotten over his head, Kiaspo could have scored. Alberto scrambled back to third. Another full count. Here's the 3-2 to Abram. A check swing roller foul towards the Colonel on deck circle where Jake Mathis is. That pitch was up and in, and Matt checked his swing and fought it off. Boy, a wild pitch to make it 3-2, but as Ryan Harris pointed out, it hit a concrete portion of the backstop wall and came right back to Chris Hiley, who leapt up and caught it. Wall 4 up and into Abram. It's 2-0 Kernels. And now it's a matter of how long the LumberKings can let Gary Hogan struggle out there. They've already visited once in the form of their pitching coach, and Gary Hogan has made over 30 pitches now. He's walked 5 men. We know what this feels like. Our pitching staff walked 10 last night, 10 LumberKings, and 3 of them scored. It was the difference in the game. Well, it's 2-0. The only man to get a hit in this Colonel first inning, B.J. Weed, was thrown out at second. The bases are loaded, 2-0 Kernels. Here's Jake Mathis hitting .234. Jake oftentimes loves to swing at the first pitch. Now, will Gary Hogan oblige and give Mathis a good first pitch to swing at? Jake with 3 homers, 34 RBIs, swings at the first pitch and misses, strike 1. Slider below the hands of Mathis. Jake was 1 for 3 last night, walked and scored in the Colonel's 3-run 7th. The Colonels have had a merry-go-round going of walks. They've scored 2 here in the first. A pitch in the dirt, and what a stop by Chris Hiley. Ryan Harris, I still don't know how he made the stop on that pitch down and in the dirt to Mathis.
He went flying to his right to make that catch. He nabbed it with his glove there, and definitely saved a run.
Yeah, his momentum spun him right towards the Clinton first base dugout. Gary Hogan was smart enough to come in towards the plate to cover in case Porter tried to score. Ball 2 is outside to Jake, and now the shortstop may have spotted something in Gary Hogan's mechanics. Craig Ringy has come dashing in from shortstop. Hogan goes to the rosin bag. This is not the Gary Hogan that pitched Tuesday night in Fort Wayne, 7 shutout innings over the Wizards. Gary has a 5-4 record. In 106 innings, he's fanned 61, walked 42, so control has been one of his weaknesses this season. Gary has 4 saves. This is his 15th start. The LumberKings used a piggyback pitching rotation earlier in the year. A fastball taken outside by Jake Mathis. It's 3-1. Now warming up in the LumberKing bullpen is a right-hander, Luis Rodriguez. What will happen on a 3-1 pitch to Jake? Ball 4, and that may be it for Gary Hogan. 3 runs have scored on walks, and it's 3-0 Kernels. That's the 6th walk of the inning. Porter scores. Abruzzo to third, Abram to second, an RBI for Jake Mathis. It's 3-0 Kernels, and you hate Ryan Harris, whether it be one of our pitchers or the Clinton starter. You never like to see this happen, a guy being lifted because of just very poor control.
That is quite unbelievable. Is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th walk of the inning, and only 7 batters faced. Hopefully the Kernels can produce out of this. There's still 3 runners on base, just 1 out. Mayer and Jenkins coming up here. So hopefully this will pay off for the Colonels.
Well, as I say, we really were very sympathetic to Rafael Rodriguez last night. He had a tough outing. He went 3 innings, and in his 3 innings, he walked 4 in 3 innings and went full on a number of hitters. Gary Hogan has been lifted here, as Ryan Harris said. He went a third of an inning. He's given up so far 3 runs on 1 hit, no strikeouts, 6 walks. And Ryan, as you get ready to tell us a little bit about this right-hander Rodriguez, I'm going to remind our great listeners out there that coming up this Thursday, thanks to Educare Learning Center, it's Alex Dvorsky bobblehead night. Alex Dvorsky will be immortalized, the Marion native out of the University of Iowa and UNI, by Educare Learning Center and their president, Kevin McCarville. Thursday night is Educare Learning Center night. And on Educare Learning Center night this Thursday, the first 1,000 kids will receive an Educare Learning Center Alex Dvorsky bobblehead. That's this Thursday, August 21st. The gates open at 6. Come early. The game starts at 7. Educare Learning Alex Dvorsky bobblehead night this Thursday, August 21st. Those bobbleheads go to the first 1,000 kids, 12 and under, of Alex Dvorsky. Well, Ryan, a right-hander is taken over for Clinton, Luis Rodriguez.
That's right. After Gary Hogan makes 37 pitches to the first 7 Colonel batters, and only 12 of those strikes, Clinton will call Luis Rodriguez to the mound. He enters the game. This is the 11th appearance of the season with a 7.16 ERA. He has 16.1 innings of work, 8 base on balls, and 10 strikeouts so far this season.
Luis is a 22-year-old Venezuelan, and he's set to go against Caleb Mayer. Mayer got 1 at bat last night after taking over in left field in the 7th inning. He reached on an error in the 9th. Luis Rodriguez fires a strike called to Caleb. Bases loaded, 1 out, 3-0 Kernels here in the top of the first inning. Luis Rodriguez broke in 1999. From the stretch, Caleb shoots one into center field, way back. Sanriso may not get it, and he will get it against the wall in center. Scoring from third is Abruzzo to make it 4-0. Caleb Mayer hit one to deep center, 395 feet away. It was caught by Juan Sanriso on the warning track. Abruzzo scored. Porter wisely got on his horse and galloped to third. Mayer has his 41st RBI of the year. It's 4-0 Kernels. That run is charged to the departed starter, Gary Hogan. And what a good at-bat for Caleb Mayer as he launched one deep to center, chasing Sanriso to the warning track, 395 feet away. Juan caught it, and Abruzzo trotted home from third with the 4th run of the inning. 4-0 Kernels here in the first. Now the batter for the Kernels is the number 9 hitter, Kevin Jenkins. Ball 1 dips low to Kevin. Caleb Mayer belting one to deep center to make it 4-0 Kernels. Kevin Jenkins hitting 176, 1 homer, 8 RBIs. Kevin, a left-handed batter. Drills one into deep right center. Sanriso back. He may not get it. He spins and has it. Oh, Kevin Jenkins hit it right on the nose and lined it into deep center. Sanriso spun around and I thought lost sight of it, but there he was to glove it at the last moment after he spun around. Jenkins lines to center. 4 runs for the Kernels in the first inning on 1 hit, 6 walks, no Clinton errors. The Kernels leave 2, and after 1/2 inning, the Kernels 4, Clinton nothing. The LumberKings coming to bat. You're listening to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
Life is a process of continuous change. Each of us has to be prepared to adjust to constantly changing events. One way you can make sure you're taking care of all the changes in your life is to visit Phil Andrews, your Pekin insurance agent at Weidenhammer Andrews in Cedar Rapids. You can depend on Phil Andrews, your Pekin insurance professional, to give you sound advice on insurance for your home, auto, life, and health. See Phil Andrews at the Weidenhammer Andrews Agency in Cedar Rapids to make your life a little easier.
Looking for a sure way to bring your daughter or son the thrill of a lifetime? Then visit Taco Bell and register them for a chance to be drawn as a Taco Bell Baseball Buddy. As a Taco Bell Baseball Buddy, your child will receive a Taco Bell Baseball Buddy t-shirt, collect autographs from the Kernels, and take the field with the Kernel player for the national anthem. Being a Taco Bell Baseball Buddy will provide your kid with an unforgettable feeling of excitement. All it takes is a visit to Taco Bell.
Hey, where were you earlier? Dan Patrick Show.
Actor Tim Robbins joining us on ESPN Radio. Did you take one character, any character in mind when you came up with the character or added to the character of Nuke LaLoosh?
Oh, yeah, he's a kind of a combination between Fernando Valenzuela and John Travolta.
Okay, I knew that breathing through the eyelids would be Fernando, but where did the Travolta part come in?
The walk and the white suit.
The Dan Patrick Show, weekdays on ESPN Radio.
9 men to the plate in the top of the first, and chased Clinton starter Gary Hogan, and with a 4-0 lead with which to work is Leonardo Damico. Leonardo is Ryan Harris, our guest commentator, finishing up his internship with the Kernels. Back to you and I last week. As Ryan pointed out, Damico is making his third start of the year. He's worked out of the bullpen 7 times, no record. He pitched 3 strong innings Tuesday night at home against Burlington. Ryan, when do you start up again officially at UNI with classes?
A week from tomorrow, Monday the 25th, John. It's hard to believe I'm already going back, and hard to believe this will be my last year at UNI.
Do the dorms have air conditioning?
Some of the dorms at UNI do. I lived in a dorm, Ryder Hall, my first 2 years, and that was not air conditioned. But now I live in a house off campus with 4 other guys, and we do have air conditioning there, which is nice.
Yes, it is. Juan Senrizo, who caught the last 2 outs of the Colonel first inning, was 0 for 5 last night, and a fastball from Damico is high and outside, ball 1. Senrizo, a .216 hitter, 3 homers, 49 runs driven in. He's 4th in the league with 42 doubles. Juan Senrizo on a 1-0 delivery from Damico takes it for a strike. Leonardo Damico, 21-year-old Venezuelan right-hander facing Senrizo, who's from the Dominican Republic. Juan is in his 3rd year of professional baseball. Right-handed batter, straightaway stance, a knee-buckling curve is a strike at the knees, and it's 1-2. The Kernels have Caleb Mayer in left, Quan Cosby in center, Kevin Jenkins in right, an infield of Porter, Kiaspo, Weed, and Mathis left to right. The catcher today is Abruzzo, Alex Dvorsky caught last night. A slider does in Juan Senrizo. Strike 3 called on the outside corner. A breaking pitch from Leonardo Damico. 1 gone here in the bottom of the first inning. 4-0 Kernels. The batter Craig Ringy. Ringy is a .222 hitter, 2 homers, 33 RBIs. Ringy last night was 0 for 3. He walked twice and scored a run. Craig is out of Central Missouri State. Has good running speed, 15 for 22 in stolen base attempts. The LumberKings lead the league in stolen bases. Ball 1 is low to right-handed hitter Craig Ringy. It's 3:35 down the lines here at Alliant Energy Field. 4:01 to the deepest part of the ballpark in deep right center. A ground ball to third. Greg Porter has it and delivers a strike to Mathis. Craig Ringy is wrapped out to third. There were 2 away here in the LumberKings first inning for Chris O'Riordan. O'Riordan's out of Stanford. He's the second baseman this afternoon. Chris was 1 for 1 with 4 walks last night. Brian, I want you to notice what this fellow O'Riordan does when he steps out of the box. He twirls his bat like a baton. Did you see it?
Some guys do have odd superstitions, and I know Ibar and Kiaspo draw a line behind the plate, and so O'Riordan must have his own way.
A ball outside to Chris O'Riordan. Yeah, he twirls it. He takes the middle stripe of the bat, and I don't know if he does it with his fingers, his entire hand, but he has good wrist movement, and he twirls the bat. Ball 2 is high and away to Chris O'Riordan from Stanford. He steps out after every pitch and does that little twirling mechanism with his bat. I've never twirled a baton to any great success in my life. Strike 1 called on the outside corner. Well, are the Panthers going to bounce back under Mark Farley and take over that Mississippi Valley Conference in football again?
The Missouri Valley Conference?
Yes.
Yeah, they're going to have to go up against a few tough teams in Western Illinois and Youngstown State, but they should come back after their 5-6 record last year. They have a starting quarterback making his third year starting.
So he's experienced.
Yeah. that could help out as well.
Strike 2 to O'Riordan, and Leonardo, who fell behind 2-0, is now even on the count, 2-2. 2 away, nobody on. Clinton batting in the first. Kernels 4, LumberKings nothing. A high pop foul may be playable for Jake Mathis near the Clinton clubhouse, and he ran out of room. The entire seating area here, with the exception of the picnic area down the third base line and the lumber lounge over the right field wall, is covered with the grandstand roof. Thus, no one is really in any bright sunshine, although Ann and Eric Kern are here. They're sitting in the second row next to the Colonel dugout, and they are basking in some degree of sunshine, even though the grandstand roof looms above them. A little looper into shallow right center. It's trouble. No, Kevin Jenkins is there, and Kevin puts it away. Chris O'Riordan flies to right center. Jenkins caught it. Down in order go the LumberKings in the bottom of the first inning. Then after 1 on this Sunday afternoon at Alliant Energy Field, the Kernels 4, the LumberKings nothing. You're listening to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
The ability to read. Nothing's more important in predicting the future success of a child. Thanks to the generous, ongoing support of Toyota Financial Services, Kernel players visited a record 25 schools last spring to encourage children to read, with a series of dazzling rewards from Toyota Financial Services serving as incentives. An all-time high, 1,451 girls and boys read last summer. The Kernels salute Toyota Financial Services.
This place is a madhouse as Miller finishes unloading her cart and avoids the impulse items. She whips out her U.S. Bank check card. How easy was that? She just earned cash back. Whoa, Nelly! Score cash every time you make a purchase with your U.S. Bank check card. Get checking that pays. Only from U.S. Bank. Stop by U.S. Bank. Call 1-800-720-BANK or visit usbank.com. Member FDIC.
ESPN is your nightly home for everything baseball with Baseball Tonight.
Elton, exit, stage right.
Featuring the day's web gem highlights and monster shot roundup.
Matsui unloaded.
Check out who's hot and who's not as we take you around the league and touch them all. With unparalleled coverage by Peter Gammons and Carl Rabbit.
And double play, turn.
An analysis from 3-time Gold Glover Harold Reynolds and former manager Bobby Valentine.
I like what I see.
Play catch-up ball every night with Baseball Tonight. All season long on ESPN and ESPN2.
After 1, 4-0 Kernels. We will have scores throughout this afternoon on the State Farm Major League scoreboard. Let's let you know right now, though, that later this evening here on the Zone, you can catch the Redbirds and Phillies at Veterans Stadium in the city of brotherly love. That game comes your way tonight just past 7 o'clock here on the Zone. Quan Cosby is the first up for the Kernels here in the second inning. Quan got it all started by drawing a leadoff walk in the Kernel 4-run first inning. Here from Clinton, we want to thank Worley Warehousing for their season-long partnership with the Kernels. Worley Warehousing has been a long-time advocate, proponent, and supporter of minor league professional baseball in eastern Iowa. That's Worley Warehousing. Luis Gonzalez, a right-hander, Luis Rodriguez, a right-hander, fires low, ball 1 to Quan. Ryan Harris, Colonel intern, is alongside. He was our dugout interview guest. Ryan will be a senior at UNI. A ground ball back to the mound. A good play, down to get it by Rodriguez, and Luis throws on to first for the first out of the Colonel's second inning. Quan hit it rather sharply, and Rodriguez had to reach down to his left to glove it, and then had plenty of time to get Cosby for the first out of the second inning. Ryan, kids in Iowa have so many choices with our 3 state institutions, UNI, Iowa State, and University of Iowa, then the great Iowa Conference schools, the Division III schools, plus Grinnell College and a host of terrific junior colleges, including Kirkwood. A strike to BJ. How did you settle on UNI with all those choices out there?
Actually, it wasn't very tough at all. It was my one and only choice, and the only place I applied to. I knew I wanted to get into business. UNI has a great business school. It's not too big and not too small.
BJ lofts one into left, and not having to move a step to make the grab is Cameron Coughlin. Cameron Coughlin catches BJ Weed's drive into left. The 2 gone quickly here in the Colonel's second inning. Well, boy, that's really neat to know that you had that high regard for UNI and their business school. Have you been pleased with it?
Oh, it's been a great experience at UNI, both my education and meeting great people.
Yeah, that's one thing about UNI. It's their people, more so than even the Cyclones and Hawkeyes. They are very, very close as a school. Ball 1 is high, now the same. Ball 2 upstairs to the league's leading hitter, Alberto Kiaspo. Alberto walked, went to second on a wild pitch, and scored in the Kernel 4-run first inning. Top of the second, 2 out for the Kernels, nobody on, and a strike to Kiaspo. He was taking all the way. Alberto is closing in on the all-time Cedar Rapids professional baseball record for hits in a season. It's 162. He has 155. Ground ball to second will end the inning. Chris O'Riordan on to first, and Alberto Kiaspo is thrown out. What an easy inning for Luis Rodriguez as he mowed through the top 3 in the Kernel order in order. And after an inning and a half here in Clinton, it's the Kernels 4, the LumberKings nothing. You're listening to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
You save big money, you save big money when you shop Menards.
Stock up for home and school during the Priced Right sale at Menards. Choose from 32-ounce citrus cleaner or degreaser, free after rebate. A 25-count pack of shop towels or 12-pack of terry towels, only $3.68 each. Choose from smooth, rough, or multi-surface 24-inch push brooms by Rubbermaid, just $6.97 each. Plus, save big on back-to-school supplies at Menards. A 3-pack of Scotch Magic Tape is just $1.77. A jumbo stack of 3M Post-it notes is only $2.49. 6x9-foot plush area rugs are great for dorm rooms or any room. Only $19.72. Plus, enter to win a Hummer H2. See store for details. Save big on back-to-school and cleaning supplies at Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
ESPN is your nightly home for everything baseball with Baseball Tonight.
Helton, exit, shade right.
Featuring the day's webcam highlights and monster shot roundup.
Matsui unloaded.
Check out who's hot and who's not as we take you around the league and touch them all. With unparalleled coverage by Peter Gammons and Carl Ravitch.
And double play, third.
An analysis from 3-time Gold Glover Harold Reynolds and former manager Bobby Valentine.
I like what I see.
Play catch-up ball every night with Baseball Tonight. All season long on ESPN and ESPN2.
We told you about EduCare Learning Center's Alex Dvorsky bobblehead night. That's this Thursday, the 21st. The first 1,000 kids 12 and under will receive a bobblehead thanks to EduCare Learning Center of Alex Dvorsky. On Friday, the 22nd, Ryan Harris, people like yourself who are college students, and really all people, could come or should come, because what's the big draw Friday, the 22nd?
Friday, the 22nd, against the Beloit Snappers. It's Pat McGrath used car night. 4 used cars will be given away during this game, courtesy of Pat McGrath Chevyland. Winners will be selected from the crowd and will drive their cars right off the field.
Yeah.
For I guess you could say, just plain old cars from from Pat McGrath. And ought to be fun giving those away.
Yes, that's Friday night. A strike call to Manny Santana. Now a changeup from Leonardo and a swing and a miss by the Husky catcher. He's the DH and cleanup batter this afternoon. He earned his way into that cleanup spot by driving in 3 runs and scoring 3 runs. He was 3 for 3 last night. Look out, a pitch high, and Manny took it for ball 1. Santana belted a 2-run homer over the Lumber Lounge in right early in last night's game in the 3rd inning. It made it 4-0 LumberKings. He hits one off the end of his black lacquer bat into the backstop, and it's still 1-2 to Manny Santana. Manny, a left-handed hitter. We said last night, Ryan, this guy just looks like a catcher.
He sure does. Big frame, big build.
A deep drive to right, down the line. Kevin Jenkins near the corner. It is a foul ball, home run distance, but foul. Kevin raced to the 325 sign in right field, and the ball was hit well by Manny Santana, but a long trip back to the plate. He's still in the hole, 1-2. 4-0 Kernels, bottom of the 2nd inning. We've told you before, or I have, how much I love day baseball. I wish we could Ball 2 high and away to Manny Santana. Manny steps out. Yeah, you think before Crosley Field had the first night game in the mid-30s, everything was day baseball. Here's another drive, hooking and pulled foul over the LumberKing clubhouse. The clubhouse is not part of the grandstand structure per se here. The visiting clubhouse is. The Colonel clubhouse is attached to their dugout or behind it underneath the grandstand. Ripping another pitch foul. This one conks off the facade of the backstop and out to Greg Porter it goes at third. It's still 2-2 to Manny Santana. The LumberKing clubhouse is down the right field line. It's a separate building from the grandstand. Swing and a miss on an off-speed curve. Santana fans, and that 4 in a row retired by Leonardo Damico. And Ryan Harris, without being critical, because that's not our, just not our style here on the zone, and the Kernels don't believe in casting stones at other folks. We've said how much we love this venue here because of its quaint, cozy dimensions and the friendly folks. The strike is called to Hector LeBron. The clubhouses for the visiting clubhouse is something very unique. I'm going to have you describe it in a moment. The 0-1. A broken bat looper. B.J. Weed retreats into shallow right and has it. And before we talk about the visiting clubhouses, Ryan Harris, describe, well, the bat boy is picking up one piece of LeBron's bat. The business end is in Jake Mathis's hand. What in the world happened to Hector LeBron's bat?
Split in half right above where he was holding on to it. Handle was all that he had left in his hands and went out towards BJ at second base. But luckily he hit the ball far enough that it didn't interfere with BJ's play.
Boy, Hector, a 303 hitter, was done exactly what Ryan Harris said. He was sawed off on the fifth and blooped one into shallow right. BJ took 3 quick steps back and caught it. Now a breaking pitch to Chris Hiley, a strike. Hiley, a right-handed batter. 2 for 4 last night. Ball 1, a fastball. D'Amico's retired the first 5 LumberKings he's faced today. The Colonels lead Clinton 4-0, bottom of the second. We'll get to Ryan Harris's assessment of the visiting clubhouses here in a moment. A slider low and away.
John, I was down in the Colonels locker room earlier today getting the lineups and took a look around, and it was quite unique. Lockers on just one wall. That's where everybody was, all the players, and small facilities there. And I even caught a couple of players in the regular public restroom after I left because there just wasn't enough room for all of them.
Swinging a tip foul into the mid of Abruzzo. It reminds me of a World War II bunker. And again, that's not being critical. It's just kind of neat to see how it used to be.
Kind of that way, yeah. I walked out to the dugout as well, and you have to kind of watch your head there.
Oh, I'll give you a story about that in a moment. A curve is low to Chris Hiley. Yeah, those dugouts, you have to be very careful walking in and out of the dugouts into the clubhouse. A 3-2 pitch is lifted foul behind the plate by Hiley. 2 stories. Rick Wise here in 1997, our pitching coach, when Todd Klaus was our hitting coach, struck his forehead on the overhang that you're speaking of that you have to walk under to get into the dugout from the clubhouse. And Rick just had a headache the rest of the night. A much worse scenario happened this season. Hiley bloops one foul. Jake Mathis racing over towards the Clinton dugout, and Jake skids on the warning track material into the railing of the Clinton first base dugout. He couldn't get there. It's still 3-2 to Hiley. We'll confirm this with our good friend Brad Seward, the public address announcer here at Alliant Energy Field, but one of our colleagues, Mike Antonellis from the Kane County Cougars, hit his head in the visiting dugout. Mike is not a tall fella and had to have staples put in his forehead to do the broadcast that night. The payoff pitch is nubbed foul behind the plate. Ryan, maybe you can catch the details that Brad is supplying us with.
He just informed us that staples were not just in his forehead, but his actual head all the way through.
My
I'm not sure how far in, but
you got to watch it in that Clinton clubhouse and dugout. Antonellis is less than 6 feet tall, and he got it.
And I'm sure with the ball players with a hat on, they sometimes may not even see
that low beam.
It is, yeah.
But again, we're here to sing the praises of this. We wish there were more ballparks left like this one. Another 3-2. This one is up and in. Chris Hiley fouled off 4 3-2 pitches before he took high and inside. Ball 4. Leonardo Damico is allowed his first base runner of the day. A 2-out pass issued to Chris Hiley. That brings up Cameron Coughlin. Coughlin is a .267 hitter with no homers, 22 RBIs. Third in the league in steals with 43. Cameron was 0 for 3 last night. He reached on a fielder's choice in the second inning, stole second, stole third, and scored. This guy can fly. He's out of Brigham Young. Switch hitter Cameron Coughlin, strike one called. D'Amico's done a marvelous job getting ahead of these LumberKing hitters here in the first inning and 2/3. Cameron steps out, takes a long look at his skipper coaching at third, Carlos Subero. Hiley, a short lead at first, being held by Jake. Swing and a miss by Cameron Coughlin, the switch hitter, strike 2. No, I'm a little bit irked that this is the first time we've come here all year. Here we are in mid to late August, and our only 8 games in Clinton are now and then on Labor Day weekend, when Andy Pantini will be calling the action here from Alliant Energy Field. The 0-2 to Cameron. High, almost hit him, ball 1.
Yeah, John, they're playing 8 games here in Clinton late in the season, and kind of like how we played 8 games earlier in the season at Quad City, and those are our only trips to both Quad City and Clinton.
Well, you're exactly right. The only time we went to Davenport was the first week in April, and that was it. They're our closest commute, 75 minutes. Cameron takes low and in, ball 2. Yeah, these LumberKings will stand there until you throw them a strike. That's why they lead the league in walks. They will not swing at a pitch out of the zone. They may get called out on strikes, but they're not going to go down early in very many counts. That's why they're one of the toughest teams in the league. They may be 10th in the league in hitting, but they lead the league in on-base percentage. A drive into right. Kevin Jenkins, 3 steps to his left, has it. Cameron Coughlin flies to right to end the Clinton second inning. No runs for the LumberKings, no hits, a 2-out walk. There were no Kernel errors. Clinton leaves 1, their first man today. The Kernels come to bat in the top of the 3rd, leading the LumberKings 4-0. You're listening to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
What can I help you with here at Big Time Motors?
Well, I'm looking for a used car. I like this one. What's the price?
Listen, lady, I don't sell prices. I sell cars. But I guess if you must know, it's this.
Wow. That's $2,000 more than the one low price on the exact same car at Randy Keel Honda. And I didn't even have to ask them. Randy Keel has the prices posted for every car on their lot.
Well, we've got the best service department to stand behind our vehicles.
Really? Randy Keel showed me they're number 1 in service and sales customer satisfaction. How do you know yours is the best?
My manager told me.
Thanks, but I think I'm going back to Randy Keel Honda to get the best price and the best service.
But I can throw in a free air freshener to put over the rearview mirror.
Nice try.
Randy Keel Honda understands what you need when you're looking for a new or used car. They post their prices clearly, so you don't have to guess, and they'll never pressure you. That's why they're number 1 in service and sales customer satisfaction. And they just won the President's Award from American Honda. Come find out for yourself. Randy Keel Honda is on Center Point Road in Cedar Rapids, or you can visit them at randykeel.com. When searching for a professional logistics team of experts to handle your warehousing operations, look to Worley Warehousing. Worley Warehousing will help you achieve greater efficiencies by providing superior warehouse facilities, technological advancements, and expert professionals. By focusing on technological innovations and keen foresight, Worley Warehousing has grown into one of our nation's leading warehousing operations. Worley Warehousing, your single source for all of your warehousing and distribution needs.
Brian Harris is here. He's serving his last day, hopefully in a very fun capacity. He was our dugout interview guest. Ryan is our color commentator. And Ryan, as is the case with all minor league pitchers, when you're between starts, you're busy. And down below, Ronnie Ray, tomorrow night starter, and Tuesday night starter Micah Posey are down below charting pitches with the radar gun.
That's right. We usually have a couple pitchers down there, and usually one other pitcher videotaping our pitchers and hitters and Micah Posey and Ronnie Ray are down there this afternoon. And Micah Posey and I have had a fun little friendly relationship this summer. We've always joked and everything since he's right back there in the tunnel area where I am at Veterans Memorial Stadium.
Sure.
And so we've had a chance to talk and everything, and I go in the clubhouse and talk to him and get the update from him.
He's a great guy. A curveball is low to Greg Porter. Now Greg lashes one foul into the screen, which we made the mistake of characterizing as chicken wire a couple of seasons ago. It is not chicken wire. It's a regular net. And Greg pops one foul off to the left. One thing about this ballpark, it is so cozy. There are only 3 rows of box seats, then a small aisle, and 10 rows of aluminum benches, bleachers, no backs on those. The box seats from behind home plate all the way down the LumberKings first baseline where their dugout is are almost full. Greg Porter mashes another pitch foul off the screen, and it's still 1-2 to Greg. The box seats on the Kernel side of the diamond, the third base side, are much more sparsely populated. But Ann and Eric Kern are here, Kernel season ticket holders. So is Todd Klaus's wife, Kim, is also here, and so is Colonel Bat Boy John John. John John's wearing one of those neat mill work camouflage jerseys that we wore on Armed Forces Day.
A lot of the fans here today are sitting on the very top row of the bleacher section where there's a screened fence in there, and they can catch the breeze and sit up high and watch the game.
Well, that's a great point, Ryan. An awful lot of them are on the top row, the 10th row, for that breeze. Strike 3 call to Greg. He can't believe it. Greg Porter's called out on a pitch that looked low and outside. And that is now 6 in a row set down by Luis Rodriguez in relief for the starter, Gary Hogan. Gary Hogan was KO'd in the first half inning. He went 1/3 of an inning, giving up all 4 Kernel runs on only 1 hit. He struck out none. He walked 6, and he threw a wild pitch. Since then, Luis Rodriguez has been perfect, knocking down 6 Kernels in a row. Let's see if Abruzzo can get something going here in the top of the third with the bases empty and 1 out. We're nearing the top of the hour. Deb Williams is our in-studio engineer. Along with Kernel intern Ryan Harris, I'm John Rogers, and you're enjoying Kernel baseball here on the Zone, ESPN Radio 1600, KCRG, Cedar Rapids, Iowa. A 1-0 pitch to Jarrett is lifted foul, a towering pop fly, out of play to the right. Other unique aspects of this ballpark, well, the wall is not plywood, it's metal, steel. Jared pops one off the end of the bat foul. This one over the Kernel third base dugout. He's in the hole 1-2. It's a metal wall. And in center field, the color of the hitter's eye is the same color as the grass, an army green. A breeze is blowing from left to right. Abruzzo shoots one foul into the screen. He's still in the hole 1-2. We play here tomorrow night at 7. Dugout interview 6:40. Tuesday night at 7. Dugout interview 6:40. Then a day off, and then an 8-game homestand commences. We've told you about the Educare Learning Center Alex Dvorsky bobblehead giveaway on Thursday night to the first 1,000 kids 12 and under. We've told you about Pat McGrath Chevyland's used car night. That's Friday night, the 22nd. Abruzzo fouls yet another pitch off. Friday should be a huge crowd, so call now for your tickets. It's not only Goodwill's night at the ballpark, but we told you last night about Cargill Special Olympics night at the new Veterans Memorial Stadium on Saturday night, the 23rd. Ball 2 just missed outside to Jared. Now, Ryan, have you been in on the planning for Cargill Special Olympics night this Saturday, the 23rd?
Yeah, I do know a bit about it. We have.
Here's a drive into center. Juan Senrizo doesn't have to move a step. Now he comes in 3 steps and puts it away for his third putout. A good at bat for Abruzzo, but he flies to center. I know that a number of high-profile, desirable sports items, sports memorabilia items, will be auctioned off to help raise money on Saturday night, Ryan, for Special Olympics.
That's right. We have all kinds of NFL, NBA, and NASCAR memorabilia will be auctioned off, and with the proceeds going to Special Olympics of Iowa. Maybe you've seen the commercials out there with the same two pitchers we were talking about earlier, Micah Posey and Ronnie Ray. They were in a commercial.
Oh.
They did for the Special Olympics. We had a few of the Special Olympics people out there as well.
Here's a drive into right down the line. Fair. It could be a triple for Matt Abram. He's headed to second. He'll go to second as Larry Grayson gets it back in. It's a two-out double. Lashed down the right field line by Matt Abram. Matt Abram is doubled with two out. That's the first Kernel hit, their first Kernel base runner against Luis Rodriguez. And now a Jake Mathis hit could add to the Kernel 4-0 lead here in the third inning. Ryan, go ahead and specify some of the memorabilia, who it will be representing, and because it's a good mixture of prominent national athletes along with some real local heroes.
That's right. We have some local heroes like Eddie Berlin, who played at Northern Iowa. I've seen him play up there. He's now with the Tennessee Titans. Chad Hennings, I believe, was with Iowa State, was it?
He was at, I think Chad Hennings played with the Air Force Academy.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Where did Chad Hennings play football? At the Air Force? Well, I believe, yes, he did play at...
Okay, it was the... playing for one of the military services. Now with the Dallas Cowboys, we have an autographed football from him. Jared DeVries, Detroit Lions. He's from Appleton, Iowa. Played for the Hawkeyes.
A pitch low, a throw to second, gets by the second baseman, and Abram will hold. And I think Chris O'Riordan may be shaken up. He's now on his feet as the catcher, Chris Hiley, whipped a throw to second. I think O'Riordan landed on his stomach, and that took the air out of him. Abram held at second. I'm sorry, Ryan. What else?
We have autographed footballs from Billy Cundiff, who's a kicker with the Dallas Cowboys. He attended Drake University in Des Moines, kicked a 63-yard field goal while at Drake. He battled last fall for a position with the Cowboys and beat out a veteran kicker to earn that spot.
Mathis wraps one. Oh, a bad hop single over the first baseman's head. A throw. Oh, Grayson booted it. And now Abram, who was going to stop at third, races home to make it 5-0 Kernels. A bad hop single off the bat of Jake Mathis as Hector LeBron was all set to field it on the third hop. And it took a Super Bowl bad hop over the head of LeBron. Larry Grayson raced in, and Abram was going to stop at third, but when Larry Grayson overran it for an error, Abram came home to make it 5-0 Kernels. So no RBI for Jake, but it's 5-0 Kernels. Larry Grayson commits an error that allows Matt Abram, who had stopped at third, to come home. Now a tap off the foot of Caleb Mayer up the third base line is strike one. Ryan Harris, what else on Saturday night, Cargill Special Olympics night, can fans help Special Olympians buy in an auction bid for?
As far as local heroes, we have one more. We have shoes from Fred Hoiberg, former Iowa State Cyclone, Chicago Bulls player, former All-American, considered one of the country's most complete players during his playing time at Iowa State, nicknamed the Mayor there.
Well, we talked about that last night, and we were interested to know. I bet Hoiberg's shoe size is at least at 12 to 14.
You know, John, I took a look at those. And
You've seen them?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my gosh. Hold on a second. It's 1-1 to Caleb Mayer. I didn't know Ryan Harris had seen some of these items that will be auctioned as part of a fundraising effort through Cargill for Special Olympics. What were you going to say, Ryan?
I wish I could remember his shoe size. I would guess it's probably somewhere around a 12 or so. And, yeah, we have a whole bunch of footballs and the shoes and everything back there in the storage room.
Well,
so
don't tell anybody where.
And I've helped Jack out with those a little bit.
Caleb takes ball too high. It's 2-2. How about the Gale Sayers memorabilia? Can you remember what it is?
We have Gale Sayers. I believe it's a signed football by him.
Oh, man.
Gale Sayers was a Chicago Bear, two-time All-American at Kansas, NFL Rookie of the Year in 1965, and five-time All-Pro with the Bears.
2-2 to Caleb with Mathis at first here in the third inning. Jake's running. A pitch outside. The throw to second, wild into center. Mathis will get up and go to third. He's there without a play. Jake Mathis has his 5th stolen base of the year. A throwing error will be charged to Chris Hiley. His throw was to the right field side of second and allowed Jake to pop to his feet and go to third. A second error in the inning by the LumberKings, and the pitch to Mayer was ball 3. Now Caleb has a chance to drive in his second run of the day. 5-0 Kernels here in the top of the third, and Caleb Mayer with a runner at third will try to drive home Mathis with the second run of the inning. The payoff pitch to Caleb. Hit into left center. Going back is Cameron Coughlin. It is off the scoreboard. Whoa, a 2-run homer, Ryan Harris. A deep drive to left center. I completely misjudged it. It's a 2-run homer for Mayer, his 6th of the year. It's 7-0 Kernels with Mathis aboard. Caleb belted one off the screen in left center, protecting the scoreboard. A 2-run shot, and it's 7-0 Kernels. Caleb Mayer has driven in 3 of the Kernels' 7 runs. He hit one high and deep to left center. I grossly underestimated how hard and high Caleb hit that one. Deep to left center, off the screen in front of the scoreboard. A 2-run blast, and it's 7-0 Kernels here in the top of the third inning. Ryan Harris, I overheard Brad Seward, the public address announcer, say gone when that ball was hit. I thought Brad was just kind of joking.
That's right. We heard a home run here in the press box, and I'm not quite familiar with seeing the balls fly here.
Me neither.
Lion Energy Field, so I had to wait a second, and that was gone by a good shot.
Oh, I didn't think it had a chance, but Cameron Coughlin went back and looked up, and it hit off the screen protecting the scoreboard. Meanwhile, Jenkins takes a pitch low, now one high. We're in the top of the third, and it's 7-0 Kernels. A 2-run homer by Caleb Mayer. Now a strike called to Kevin Jenkins. Boy, oh boy. Caleb Mayer. Now a strike is called to Jenkins. It's 2-2 to Kevin. All Gale Sayers needed, and he said this in a famous film clip, was 6 inches. Just give me 6 inches of daylight, and he could take it the rest of the way. A tip foul by Kevin Jenkins, and it's 2-2. You're familiar with the gut-wrenching, tear-jerking movie Brian song.
Yes, I have seen that, John, a couple of times. Very good film.
Yeah, Brian Piccolo, who I happen to have a football card of, the same year he was a rookie with Gale Sayers, passed away in his early 20s from cancer. Swing and a miss by Jenkins on a good changeup. Kevin gone on strikes. The Colonel strike with 2 outs for 2 runs. Check that for 3 runs on 3 hits. There were 2 LumberKing errors, and the Kernels leave the bases empty, have stranded 2. After 2.5, here in Clinton, the Kernels 7, the LumberKings nothing. You're listening to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
I cannot face anyone but me. Baby, can't you see I know what's right for me? Don't tell me wrong from right. I know just what I like. Yeah, call me crazy, I don't care. Come feel the joy all around. Each generation has time. They got their own understands. Come to shout it out. Live that Toya Pepsi.
On the outside, everything looks fine. But on the inside, an unseen enemy is plotting the destruction of your home. Termites. Termites can be deadly to your home unless you fight back with certified pest and termite control. Yes, termites have made their way to Iowa, and they can cause extensive damage to your home before you even know they're there. It takes a trained professional to look in all the right places. Don't risk your home. Call the experienced, licensed, and insured experts at Certified Pest and Termite Control. 1 in 5 homes inspected have shown signs of termites. Certified offers guaranteed inspections and a 10% discount for seniors. Locally owned and operated, Certified carries a full supply for the do-it-yourselfers. Look for the giant ant at 1141 16th Avenue Southwest. Don't take a chance. Call Certified Pest and Termite Control today.
7-0 Kernels as the LumberKings come to bat in the bottom of the third against Leonardo Damico. We have NASCAR fans out there, Ryan Harris, and there will be a couple of special NASCAR items that will be part of the auction this Saturday night, Cargill Special Olympics night at the new Veterans Memorial Stadium.
We have a signed Bobby Labonte's picture, driver of the Interstate Batteries Chevrolet, and Tony Stewart shirt autographed as well, the Home Depot driver.
Breaking pitches outside, ball one to Juan Senrizo, or to Larry Grayson, excuse me. This is Larry Grayson, batting 200 this year. An RBI double last night in a Clinton two-run second, and Damico delivers a strike to Larry Grayson. 1-1. Larry, 3 homers, 21 RBIs, hitting 200, right-handed hitter. Ball 2 low and away to Larry Grayson. And then our Diamond Suites are so popular in the new Veterans Memorial Stadium, Ryan, and I believe one will be up for auction on Saturday night for next season.
We have a Kernels suite, yes, for auctioned off for the 2004 season, as well as 4 tickets to a 2004 Chicago Cubs game, or 4 tickets to a 2004 Minnesota Twins game up in the Metrodome.
Ball 3 high to Grayson. Now ball 4 inside and high. A leadoff walk issued by Leonardo Damico. These LumberKings aren't going to change their approach. They take until you throw them a strike. Jose Gonzalez bats for the first time. A switch hitter will stand in from the left side. Gonzalez, the number 9 hitter. In 22 games, he's batting .217, no homers, 3 RBIs. Jose Gonzalez. And an Iowa basketball autographed by none other than
Steve Alford, head coach of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
That will be auctioned off Saturday night as part of the Cargill Special Olympics festivities. A strike as Gonzalez squared to bunt and took a strike from Leonardo. Boy, and you talk about a variety of neat restaurants. We'll have certificates to be auctioned off from Texas Roadhouse, Leonardo's, American Skillet, the Olive Garden, Biaggi's, Cedar Rapids Pizza and Provisions. A line shot into shallow right. Jenkins on the run, dives and makes the catch. Oh, Kevin Jenkins broke in quickly, Ryan Harris. That was the key. And you could see in his mind he was saying, I'm going to get it, I'm going to get it. And he dove headlong and took a Texas League single away from Jose Gonzalez. What a catch in right to rob Gonzalez of a hit by Kevin Jenkins.
He had a great jump on that ball, and he dove for it, and if it would have got by him, that probably would have been a run scored. So a great play by Kevin Jenkins out in right field.
Terrific diving catch by Kevin in right. 1 out, 1 on, top of the order. Juan Senrizo struck out looking in the first inning, hitting .216 with 3 homers, 49 RBIs. Larry Grayson at first base being held by Jake Mathis. A looper into left center may fall. It will fall in front of Caleb Mayer for a base hit. Caleb was not nearly as assertive as Kevin Jenkins was and played it on the safe side. Juan Senrizo hit it off the end of the bat and hit a single into left center in front of Caleb Mayer. Down to second, Larry Grayson. 2 on, 1 out. Here's Craig Ringe for the LumberKings. Ringe grounded out to third his first time up.
That was the first hit off Leonardo Damico here today. It was 10th batter faced by Damico, finally giving up his first hit, the single to Senrizo.
Some wonderful items to be auctioned off this coming Saturday during Cargill Special Olympics night. A strike, a fastball from Damico to Craig Ringe. Hotels are in on the fun too. Ryan Harris, some of the area big names in the hospitality and hotel business will be having overnight stays available to be bid on.
We have Collins Plaza, Hawthorne Suites, Best Western, and the Clarion Hotel.
A pitch in the dirt, and a runner may score. He stops at third. Both runners move up. Larry Grayson's at third. Senriso at second on a wild pitch. Ball one to Craig Ringy. Well, that hurts because now the double play is out of order. And the LumberKings have runners at second and third with only one out here in the bottom of the third. 7-0 Kernels. Grayson at third, Senriso at second on a wild pitch that went all the way towards the opening of that leads down into the Kernel dugout. The opening on the home plate side of the dugout. The ball almost went into that Kernel dugout. A shot to third. Porter has it. Oh, Greg Porter on a bullet had to go down to his knees and stab it. Greg then tried to scamper to third to get Larry Grayson for a double play, but he did not make it. A line shot by Craig Ringy, hitting in tough luck. He ripped it to third. Porter went down in almost a catcher's crouch, caught it, and then tiptoed to third, and Grayson got back. Boy, oh boy. Now Chris O'Riordan, who takes pitch after pitch after pitch. Maybe he'll swing on the first pitch now. No, he takes a strike on the outside corner. Leonardo Damico trying to work out of a two-out threat by the LumberKings here in their half of the third. Second and third, 2 out. 7-0 Kernels. The crowd comes alive. Leonardo is set just below the letters. A high pop foul down the right field line. Kevin Jenkins may have a play in the LumberKing bullpen. He runs out of room. Boy, those LumberKings were a little bit late to get out of the way. I think, Ryan Harris, the ball actually landed on the bench or skipped off the wall of the LumberKing right field clubhouse.
I never saw the ball come out of there. Everybody was flying every which way. All the Clinton pitchers and Kevin Jenkins going into the bullpen.
There is a fellow warming up for Clinton in their bullpen, and they've identified him as Omar Ortiz, 00. Nothing in 2 to Chris O'Riordan, a right-handed hitter. A high fly ball into deep right. Kevin Jenkins is back, waiting, and Kevin has it. Chris O'Riordan skies to right for the second time today. And Leonardo Damico pitches around a leadoff walk, a one-out single, and a wild pitch, and keeps the LumberKings from getting on the board in the third inning. No runs for Clinton, no hits. 1 hit, rather. No runs, 1 hit, a walk, a wild pitch. There were no Kernel errors. Clinton leaves a pair, and they've stranded 3. After 3, the Kernels on top of the LumberKings, 7-0. You're listening to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
If you're looking for something, there are many helpful tools. A telescope? When you're looking for something big. A microscope. When you're looking for something small. Or bare feet. Oh! When you're looking for lost Legos. But if you're looking for a family doctor, the most helpful tools are your telephone or your computer. Simply call Mercy Care Family Physicians at 369-4444 or visit our website at www.mercycaredoctors.com for all the details on the Mercy Care Family Practice location nearest you. You'll find the Mercy Care Family Physician best suited to your needs, including those who offer special services for... So if you're looking for a family doctor, choose the right tool for the job. Call 369-4444 or on the web at www.mercycaredoctors.com. Looking for a family doctor has never been easier.
Budweiser True Music is music created for real music lovers by real musicians, like Tyler Connolly of Theory of a Dead Man.
I know a guy that has actually got a routine he does. He goes, well, from 8 to 10 a.m. I do songwriting, and then from 10 to 11 I do yoga. And I'm like, dude, you can't do that. You know, you just gotta, just like, to me, when it comes to me, comes to me. I'm not gonna force anything.
This moment of true music was brought to you by Budweiser Beer, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
A new hurler for the LumberKings, and we thank their beat writer John Grummels for letting us know we know nothing about this new hurler, Omar Ortiz, but now we do. Omar Ortiz, a 1999 first-round draft pick of the San Diego Padres, is a big, round-shouldered, strong right-hander. He's only pitching for the third time for Clinton. Ortiz, a number 1 draft pick of the Padres in '99, has bounced around. The Rangers signed him out of the independent league ranks. He made it as high as AA for a cup of coffee, and he's pitching to the Colonel leadoff batter. A grounder to second by Cosby. Scooping and throwing Quan out by half a step is second baseman Chris O'Riordan. 1 pitch and 1 out. Here in the 4th inning, 7-0 Kernels. Luis Rodriguez went 2 2/3 out of the LumberKing bullpen, surrendered 3 runs on 3 hits, struck out 2, and walked none. Here's B.J. Weed, who's 1 for 2, facing Omar Ortiz. Saturday night, remember, is also Goodwill night at the ballpark, in addition to being Cargill Special Olympics night. Starting tomorrow, you can bring in an item of clothing or a household item, a tool, a toy, anything you'd like to any of the area Goodwill stores, and you'll receive $1 off. $1 off the price of a club or plaza seat on Saturday night. Ryan, let me check the list of items that the Goodwill would love to have donated either this week at their locations or at the ballpark Saturday, a 6 o'clock gate opening. The Goodwill truck will be there Saturday afternoon, and by bringing an item to the Goodwill, a line drive almost took the head right off of Omar Ortiz. He ducked out of the way, and B.J. Weed is 2 for 3. He singles hard right over the back of Omar Ortiz into center. Again, by donating an item to Goodwill this week or Saturday before the game, you'll receive $1 off the price of a club or plaza seat on Saturday the 23rd. And I can never keep straight, Ryan, what sorts of things Goodwill will accept.
Well, Goodwill takes collectibles, knickknacks you might have around the house, decorative items, kitchen items, kitchen gadgets, all kinds of clothing. That's what they're big on. All sizes, colors, all seasons of clothing, coats, jackets, cookware and dishes, small appliances, toys for the kids, games, books, and even tools for around the house.
Well, I know I have an extra amount of clothing that I'm going to make a part of my Goodwill donations. Here's a ground ball, base hit into right by Alberto Kiaspo. Weed will go to third, and bobbling is Larry Grayson. A big turn by Alberto, but he holds on at first, and it's 1st and 3rd Kernels for Greg Porter here in the top of the 4th inning. 7-0 Kernels. A pair of singles from Weed and Kiaspo. It's Alberto's first hit of the day. He walked and scored in the Colonel 4-run first. And now Greg Porter could add to the Colonel 7-0 lead here in the top of the 4th inning. What a night this Saturday. Ryan Harris, Goodwill night, and Cargill Special Olympics night. And again, we ask you that when you bring your items to donate to Goodwill this week, that they be in good working order. We certainly don't want you to heap a bunch of junk on Goodwill. They want things that they can resell to help raise money for those who experience barriers to independence, and we've all been in that situation in life before where we've needed that helping hand from the Goodwill. Weed at third, holding his batting gloves in his palms. Kiaspo at first. The 1-0 to Greg. Ooh, it just missed inside. That's one thing about our perch here, Ryan Harris, is it's very easy to try to umpire.
That's right. We're right behind home plate here, right on top of things. We can see it crossing the plate either way, either direction. Pretty easy call almost for us.
1st and 3rd, 1 out in the 4th, 7-0 Kernels, the 2-0 to Greg. Swing and a miss on a high fastball from Omar Ortiz. As we look down to our left, we see Colonel season ticket holders Ann and Eric Kern have retreated into the shade underneath the grandstand roof, and sitting next to them is the irrepressible Ron Klein, the Colonel equipment manager, not in uniform today.
I heard he was a bat boy last night.
Oh, yes. And he took a spill, ramming into Alex Dvorsky. Swing and a miss by Greg on another fastball. Brody claims he tripped over a shoelace, but he rammed into Dvorsky. Ron is always chirping, always talking about the laundry and the weather. Those are his 2 favorite subjects. He's the best clubhouse man in the Midwest League roadie Ron Klein. There goes Alberto. Ball 3 outside to Porter. No throw from Chris Hiley. A stolen base for Kiaspo, his 18th of the year. Holding at third was BJ, and ball 3 was high to Greg Porter. A little bit surprised that Hiley didn't throw because the pitch was a good one to handle high and outside, but he chose to hold on to it. Now the infield in for the LumberKings. Here's the payoff pitch to Greg Porter. Swing and a miss on a low sinker. Greg Porter down on strike. Second out of the inning. A big, big strikeout for Omar Ortiz of Greg Porter. He swung at ball 4 that was almost at his shoe top. Let's see if Abruzzo can pick up Greg Porter. If Abruzzo can pick up Porter with a base hit here, it would likely score a pair. Weed is at third, Kiaspo at second. Todd Klaus standing with hands on his hips down the third baseline on the grass. Abruzzo is 0 for 1. Drove in a run in the first inning by drawing a bases-loaded walk. Jared takes strike one called at the knees. Abruzzo, a switch hitter, batting left. Boy, Omar Ortiz is a big, big man. His curve is lofted into shallow right, the second baseman backpedaling, and Chris O'Riordan has it. The Kernels had a great chance to add to their lead here in the top of the fourth inning. Had runners at second and third with Porter and Abruzzo at the plate, but Omar Ortiz struck out Porter on a 3-2 pitch and got Abruzzo to pop one up to second to end the inning. No runs in the Kernel fourth. 2 base hits, a stolen base. There were no Clinton errors, and the Kernels leave a pair. We've now left 4. Clinton comes to bat in the bottom of the fourth inning with the Kernels leading the LumberKings 7-0. You're listening to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
You can feel it. It's all you think about. It's in your blood. It's your mantra. Your reason for being. It's in our blood, too. That's why nobody has more football than the Zone. ESPN Radio, 1600 AM. The NFL. All season long, catch every play of every Sunday and Monday night game here in the Zone. The BCS? How about Rose, Orange, Fiesta, and the National Championship Sugar Bowl? All live, all on the Zone. How about the AFC and NFC playoffs and championship games? The Zone. Super Bowl? The high holy day for football fans? 4 simple letters. Z-O-N-E. Getting the pattern here?
Can you stand anymore?
It's ESPN College Game Day all day Saturday and ESPN NFL Game Day all day Sunday. Plus NFL Preview Friday nights, the CBS Sportsline Fantasy Show Saturday mornings, and NFL Insider on Saturday nights. Where? Where else? If you love football as much as we do, lock it on the Zone. ESPN Radio.
Are you ready for some football?
When it comes to insurance and financial services, think smart. Think about Farm Bureau Financial Services. For auto, home, life, farm and ranch, retirement funding, and business protection, call Danny Bateman in Cedar Rapids. More products, more services, more of your needs met. So for more information, call Danny Bateman in Cedar Rapids. Farm Bureau Financial Services. More than you think. Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company, West Des Moines, Iowa.
We're going to check in with Deb Williams, our in-studio engineer, after the LumberKings bat here in the bottom of the fourth, facing Leonardo Damico. There should be a number of finals being posted now on the State Farm Major League scoreboard, and we'll be checking in with Deb Williams, our in-studio engineer, after the LumberKings bat here in the home half of the fourth. Leading off for Clinton is the DH and cleanup man, Manny Santana. A 2-run homer last night, 3 runs driven in, 3 runs scored. Manny struck out leading off the second this afternoon. D'Amico fires high and outside, ball 1 to Manny Santana. Manny's a left-handed batter. Quan Cosby plays him into right center. The 1-0. Driven into right center. Quan had him played perfectly, drifting back and makes the catch. Well, Ryan Harris, we noted where Quan was positioned, and that's good scouting and charting by the Kernel bench.
Sure is. They do keep great books on all these players. I know the starting pitchers who are in the stands keep track of that, and so they know for their next appearance when they come in what to do with each with each batter.
Hector LeBron scalds one foul, almost picked off the base umpire, Jason Dunn, beyond first base. Hector LeBron popped to second, his first time up. He's hitting .303, 3 homers, 37 RBIs. Sunshiny, 84-degree afternoon on the banks of the Mississippi with a breeze blowing from left to right. And it's 7-0 Kernels. The Kernels are trying to reach the 500 mark. We started action today 1 game under. Swing and a miss on a changeup. And Leonardo Damico is ahead 0-2 of left-handed hitting Hector LeBron. Clinton's record is 32-23. They're 9 over 500. Just 3.5 back of first place Beloit. Tipping one foul to the base of the backstop to stay alive is Hector LeBron. Hector has a slightly open stance. He's a big guy. And a slider darts down and in to LeBron. The LumberKings celebrated 1979 Clinton Dodger Oral Hershiser with a bobblehead here last night. A ground ball fair past first. The Kernels didn't think it was. It's an extra base hit for Hector LeBron. It could be an inside the park home run. It could be an inside the park home run. A throw to third, and LeBron is safe. The ball got by Porter, and Damico is backing it up. No argument from Jake Mathis. You just can't see the line back of first base. It's completely obliterated, and apparently that was a fair ball, a triple. It got hung up beyond the LumberKing right field bullpen. Kevin Jenkins had all sorts of trouble digging it out. He finally dug it out at the base of the 325 mark, and Hector LeBron has a triple. A one-out triple for Hector LeBron. We'd love to see a replay of that, but in the defense of Jason Dunn, the base umpire, he had the best look at it, Ryan, of anybody. He must have made the right call. Jake Mathis did not argue.
The line is quite faded here, so it was a tough call, but apparently the right move since nobody is really challenging.
A triple for LeBron is third of the year. Now Chris Hiley with the runner at third, loops one into center. It should score a run. Cosby's throw home could make it close. Here's the play at the plate. He is safe. 7-1 LumberKings. 7-1 Kernels. The LumberKings are on the board with their first run as Chris Hiley delivers home Hector LeBron. And in a sense, that's a gift run because Jenkins had no clue really what to do to dig that ball out of the corner, and a triple resulted. Chris Hiley has driven in his 29th run of the year. Quan's throw home was to the first base side of home plate, and it had too much air underneath it, and Hector LeBron scored to make it 7-1 Kernels. Ball one is high to Cameron Coughlin. So a triple and a sacrifice fly have given the LumberKings a run here in the fourth inning. Cameron Coughlin on a 1-0 delivery takes low, ball 2.
The Kernels do know he's a threat to bunt as Greg Porter is in on the line at third base, and he did show bunt on his very first pitch.
Yeah, Cameron's a very good bunter, and he has blazing speed, especially batting left-handed. He's a step and a half closer to first. The 2-0. Ooh, a good-looking pitch is called ball 3 by Jason Nakiachi. 3-0 to Cameron Coughlin. 7-1 Kernels, bottom of the fourth inning. There's a strike as Cameron was taking all the way. I'll bet he'll take again on 3-1. Leonardo Damico from Venezuela into his windup. A looper down the left field line. It's trouble if it's fair. It's fair. And let's see if Coughlin can use his great speed to get a triple. Cameron stops at second with an opposite field double. Cameron Coughlin punched one off the end of the bat. Jumped it fair by about 2.5 feet down the left field line. A very good retrieving of it by Caleb Mayer held Coughlin to a 2-out double. So 2 extra base hits for Clinton here in the fourth. And Eric Bennett, the Colonel pitching coach, with Leonardo D'Amico. That'll give us a chance to remind you that there are still a couple of weekend games left this season, and your chance to register your son or daughter for a chance to go into the dugout before a Kernel Saturday or Sunday home game and then take the field with the Kernel player as a Taco Bell baseball buddy. All you have to do is register your daughter or son at any of our area Taco Bells for their chance to be drawn as a Taco Bell baseball buddy. They'll receive a ticket to the game, a Taco Bell baseball buddy t-shirt, and be escorted into the Kernel dugout before a Saturday or Sunday home game to collect autographs from the Kernel players, and then they'll be introduced individually to take the field as Taco Bell baseball buddies. A beautiful yellow hammer, a strike call to Larry Grayson. He walked to lead off the second inning.
John, those Taco Bell baseball buddies are sure fun to watch. That's a great program we have going on. And seeing their faces down in the dugout going to meet the players. Some are very shy, and some want to get every single player's autograph. And then watching them run out on the field is quite fun as well.
Ryan, I'm glad you gave an on-field perspective. Here's a nubber, a slow roller to second. Gobbled up by BJ on to first, and Larry Grayson ends the Clinton fourth by rolling out to second. Thanks, Ryan Harris, for those that testimonial about how meaningful and significant the Taco Bell Baseball Buddy program is for the youngsters that are involved. It gives Taco Bell just a wonderful corporate image and heightens the awareness of what a great family-friendly company Taco Bell is. In the fourth inning, one run for Clinton on a pair of extra base hits, 2 hits, no Kernel errors. Clinton leaves a runner. They've stranded 4. We're going to check in with Deb Williams now, our in-studio engineer. Deb, we're going to check in with you right now. And after 4 innings, the Kernels on top of the LumberKings, 7-1. You're listening to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
Now is a great time to add fresh houseplants to your home or office. Visit Peck's Flower Shop and take advantage of their summer houseplant sale now through September. 50% off the regular price on houseplants and indoor hanging plants in 6-inch pots or larger. Peck's large selection of new varieties and, of course, long-time favorites are all on sale. 50% off the regular price when you select plants in 6-inch pots or larger. While at Peck's, select a planter or a basket for your plants from Peck's new and larger selection, plus planting soil, plant food, and plenty of free expert growing advice are available at Peck's. Peck's Flower and Garden Shop at the corner of Blair's Ferry and Edgewood Roads Northeast, growing with the Cedar Rapids area since 1956. Remember Peck's, 50% off sale on houseplants and indoor hanging plants in 6-inch pots or larger. Now through September.
The Crown Plaza Five Seasons is Cedar Rapids' exclusive downtown hotel. Make plans to experience a spectacular view from the top of the Five. Start your day off with us for breakfast or make a lasting impression on your business associates by treating them to our signature pasta bar for lunch. For any occasion, enjoy an elegant dinner or Eddie Picard Jazz Trio in the city's only rooftop restaurant. Call 363-8161 for reservations.
Matt Abram started a Kernel 3-run, 2-out rally with a double down the right field line in the third. He takes a slider from Omar Ortiz for a strike, now a curve and strike 2 swinging. Matt Abram has had a perfect day, drove in a run on a bases-loaded walk in the Kernel 4-run first, double down the right field line, and scored in the Kernel 3-run third. The 0-2 to Abram. High, ball 1. As promised, we checked in with in-studio engineer Deb Williams, and we have our first look at finals on the State Farm Major League scoreboard. Ryan Harris standing by in a moment. Ball 2 to Abram. State Farm Insurance Agent Al Shetler, State Farm Insurance Agent Lanny Peterson, State Farm Insurance Agent Gary Schubat, and State Farm Insurance Agent Dale Thompson bring us this look following the 2-2 delivery to Abram. Finals on the State Farm Major League scoreboard. Ball 3 low to Matt. Ryan Harris, let's start in the National League where it looks like we have 5 finals.
In the senior circuit at Turner Field in Atlanta, it was Arizona 2, Atlanta nothing shutout for Arizona.
Abram walks. Oh, Omar Ortiz was ahead of him 0-2 and lost him on a leadoff walk.
In Montreal, it was Montreal 4 and the San Francisco Giants 2. At Shea Stadium in New York, the Mets 6 and the Colorado Rockies 4. From the Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati, the Cincinnati Reds 4 and the Houston Astros 3. And in the last final in the National League, from Pittsburgh Pirates 5 and the Milwaukee Brewers 2.
We'll have the American League in a moment. All one missed inside to Jake Mathis. Only one final in the American League on the State Farm Major League scoreboard. Another game is in extra innings.
We have a shutout by the New York Yankees in Baltimore at Camden Yards. The New York Yankees 8 and the Baltimore Orioles 0.
Mathis pops one foul over the Colonel third base dugout. Strike one to Jake.
And we have a game in extra innings at Jacobs Field in Cleveland. It is Tampa Bay and the Indians knotted at 4 after 11.
Actually, I misled you there, Ryan. They're in the 11th inning.
In the 11th.
4-4, you're right, at Jacobs Field. Ryan Harris with that look at the State Farm Major League scoreboard. Jake Mathis, a left-handed hitter, has 1 run driven in today. Strike 2 called on the outside corner at the knees. We'll give other scores as they become final. Plenty more action to report on, including our parent club, the 2002 World Champion Angels, hosting Detroit this afternoon at Edison International Field. Jake taps one over the hill, could be 2. Oh, neither the shortstop or second baseman made a play on it. It's a base hit for Mathis. Oh, Craig Ringy looked at Chris O'Riordan. O'Riordan looked at Ringy, and the ball just went right between them into center for Jake Mathis's second straight hit. Jake has reached base for the 3rd time in a row, and Jake Mathis tapping one over the mound. Ryan Harris, that would be a candidate for baseball bloopers because Ringy said, "I got it." O'Riordan said, "You take it."
I think they both looked at each other and didn't even look at the ball. Ringy at short should have had that play in the middle as the leader of the infield at shortstop. He could have had that, could have possibly had 2 if they were both on cue on that one.
Yes. Now Caleb Mayer stands in, and the delivery's high from Omar Ortiz. 2 on, none out, top of the 5th, 7-1 Kernels. Caleb Mayer has driven in 3 of the Colonel's 7 runs. He belted his 6th home run of the year his last time up. A slider high from Ortiz. Omar Ortiz, a former first-round pick of the San Diego Padres. His name may be familiar to some of you regular Colonel fans. He pitched for the Fort Wayne Wizards in the Midwest League a couple of years ago. A high pop foul off to the right, and it's 2-1 to Caleb. We want to send our Colonel love and well wishes to a great Colonel fan, Marie Feasley. Marie Feasley listens to every one of our games here on the Zone. Marie's family was here in the parking lot tailgating before last night's series opener, and we understand Marie Feasley suffered a stroke and listens to every Colonel game home and away. Marie Feasley, we're with you in spirit. Ball 3 is high to Caleb. Colonel fan Marie Feasley tuned in this afternoon. Louis the Lumber King down below. He's quite a spectacle with that silver crown on and that big Fu Manchu mustache. Louis Lumber King, the lovable Clinton mascot, giving hugs down below. A shot into left field, and it chases Coughlin back. Cameron makes a good catch. Oh, Caleb Mayer ripped one into left field, a sinking liner. Cameron Coughlin went back, caught it at his ankle level for the first out of the inning. Ryan Harris, Caleb Mayer hit that shot just as well as he hit his 2-run homer his last time up.
A few more feet to the left, and Coughlin would not have had that. We possibly would have had some runs, but he tagged that one down and made almost a shoestring catch there.
Now let's see if Kevin Jenkins can reach base for the first time today. Kevin is lined to center and fanned. Jenkins, a left-handed batter, facing Omar Ortiz for the first time. Strike at the belt, a fastball. Abram started this inning in the hole 0-2. He built the walk out of the Husky Clinton right-hander. Jake Mathis bounced a single through the middle. Mayer lined out to left. The 0-1 to Kevin. Swing and a miss on a breaking pitch, strike 2. Two on, 1 out. 7-1 Kernels, top of the 5th. Runners at first and second, the 0-2. Swing and a miss on a changeup. Kevin Jenkins down on strikes for the second time. Now to the top of the order, Quan Cosby. Kevin was done in on a good changeup by the right-hander. Quan greeted Omar Ortiz. First pitch swinging, grounding out to second in the fourth inning. Quan Cosby was the catalyst in the Colonel 4-run first. He drew a leadoff walk against the long-departed starter, Gary Hogan. You know, Ryan, Gary Hogan's had time to shower and probably get in 9 holes today.
He exited the game so quickly. He may be doing that, yeah.
Ball one is high to Quan. Apparently they've seen Gary Hogan golf here in the press box, and that's not his game. He's not a Ben Hogan, I guess. The 1-0 to the Colonel leadoff batter. Looped foul over the backstop. Ryan Harris will be returning to UNI for his senior year, and that's next week. A week from tomorrow, Ryan?
A week from tomorrow, classes start.
Kids don't skip classes at UNI, do they? They come pretty faithfully.
Yeah, they do. A lot of professors demand that,
yep.
And they put in their hours and go and definitely put forth all the studying.
Leading away at second is Matt Abram. From first, Jake Mathis. Ball 2 is upstairs to Quan. I had a professor at Knox College in Galesburg. Galesburg is only, probably an hour from Clinton. And he would had an unusual way of taking attendance. I'll tell you what it was in a moment. The 2-1. Loops into left field for a base hit, I think. Coughlin comes in and has it. It hung up, and Cameron ate up the ground in left field. Came on and made the grab. Quan Cosby hit it hard into left. The Colonels had their first 2 on in the 5th inning, but failed to score. No runs, 1 hit, a walk. There were no LumberKing errors. The Colonels strand a pair, and we've left 6 on through 5 at bats. Then after 4.5, Colonel 7, Clinton 1. You're listening to Colonel Baseball on the Zone.
I cannot face anyone but me. Baby, can't you see I know what's right for me? Don't tell me wrong for right. I know just what I like. Yeah, call me crazy, I don't care. Come feel the joy all around. Each generation has time. They've got their own kind of sounds. Come to shout it out.
Papa John's pizza, it's so good. Better is best, that's understood. Better call Papa John's tonight. Better call Papa, he's got it right. Better ingredients, better pizza. Papa John's.
Attention baseball fans, call your local Papa John's for our home run special. Get a large pizza with up to 3 toppings of your choice for only $9.99.
Papa John's. Better call Papa.
Who's that cool cooking man? King of the grill, who's your patio daddy?
Your patio daddy-o.
Charbroiled, sausage flipping man with the buns, who's your patio daddy?
Your patio daddy-o. He only cooks Clements, 'cause it's #1 for taste and fun.
Econo Foods is the place to save on Clements Fine products this week. Shop Econo Foods for hot pricing on Clements.
Leonardo Damico is ready to set sail in the bottom of the 5th inning on the banks of the Mississippi, where the Kernels are trying to even their 4-game series with the LumberKings at a game apiece. The Kernels struck for 4 in the first on 6 walks and 1 hit. Chased the Clinton starter Gary Hogan. Scored 3 runs off reliever Luis Gonzalez with 2 out in the 3rd inning. The only LumberKing run came off Damico in the 4th inning. A 1-out triple and a sacrifice fly. Jose Gonzalez was robbed of a base hit on a terrific diving catch in right by Jenkins his first time up. A good-looking slider is ruled low, ball 1 to Gonzalez. Yeah, Ryan, we had a professor at Knox College in Galesburg who would simply read down the list. Mr. Berry, Mr. Campbell, Miss Davis. He taught Japanese history. His name was Makiso Hani, one of the best teachers I had as a history major. And that's all he did. He'd read the names but wouldn't check anything off, or he just wanted people to know he was having roll call.
Making sure everybody was there, huh?
Yeah.
How big of a college is Knox College?
About 1,200 students.
Okay.
And we're very proud of its high academic reputation and its terrific liberal arts values. Knox College, Galesburg, Illinois. Ball 1 is high. It's 1-2 to the batter. A pitch in the dirt from Leonardo, ball 2. At UNI, what percentage of kids bring a laptop computer into class and take notes on a keyboard?
Well, the class size kind of ranges. It depends. In the upper level classes, there will be probably anywhere from 40 to 50, sometimes as small as even 25 or so. But in the larger classes, the big lecture classes, there can be up to 200. And in the average size class, there's probably 2 or 3 students that do that.
Okay, not an overwhelming majority.
Not a whole lot.
Ball 3 low to the switch hitter. Now the payoff pitch is popped foul, and there may be a play for Greg Porter in foul ground near the Colonel dugout. He has it. Boy, it took Greg Porter a long time to find the ball, and then he trotted in at an angle towards the Colonel third base dugout, and a foul pop on a 3-2 pitch results in the first out of the Clinton 5th inning. Jose Gonzalez pops out a foul pop to Greg Porter. Do the rest of the kids do like we did 23 years ago when I graduated from Knox, Ryan? Do they take notes on a notebook?
Yep, that's sure what I do. Either do that. A lot of professors have PowerPoint presentations over the computer, or even some of them will hand out their own lecture packet.
Yeah. A strike to Juan Senriso from Leonardo. Now a curve, strike 2. Senriso singled with 1 out in the 3rd inning. He's 1 for 2. The Kernels have out-hit Clinton 7-3 and lead the LumberKings 7-1 in the bottom of the 5th. Ball 1 just missed from Leonardo, who's working quickly. Now there is someone up in the Colonel bullpen just starting to get loose. Alex Dvorsky trotting down the left field line, and it looks like Hayden Glimo will start to get loose in the Colonel bullpen. Lefty Hayden Glimo. A pitch nubbed foul off the end of the bat behind home plate by Senriso. Do most professors at UNI like to spawn a discussion, or do some of them strictly, literally just lecture to you?
It completely depends on the professor. A little bit of both. I've had some that will take the full either 50 minutes or hour and 15 minutes and just lecture from their material that they have, and they have a set plan each day.
They have a certain amount of material they want to impart to you.
Exactly. And then I've had some where they've had
Senriso down on strikes as he took a healthy cut but tipped it into the mitt of Abruzzo. Strike 3, and that's 3 strikeouts for Damico. Leonardo is polished off the first 2 LumberKings here in the bottom of the 5th. He'll face right-handed hitting Craig Ringy. Ringy lined out to Porter his last time up, grounded out to Greg in the 1st inning. Ryan, other professors do like to initiate discussions among the class?
Yeah, some have tentative plans for the entire semester, and I've been in a couple of classes where they've barely gotten through some of what they've planned, because they just start class discussions and we talk about what might happen out in the real world and what the professor's seen.
A curve is a strike to Ringy. Now another breaking pitch from the Colonel right-hander is ball 1. Craig Ringy, a .222 hitting shortstop with 2 homers, 33 runs driven in, 0 for 2 today, is even on the count, 1 ball, 1 strike. Beautiful slider, and Damico painted the outside corner, strike 2. Hayden Glimo starting to get loose in the Colonel left field bullpen. We're in the bottom of the 5th, nobody on, 2 out. Clinton batting, and the Colonels leading it 7-1. Ringy wears a pair of white batting gloves, a slightly open stance. He's from Central Missouri State, and he checks his swing on a slider. Apparently did not go around. Ball 2. I would love to get back into the classroom and either teach in the realm of broadcasting or sports marketing, and maybe a place like UNI would consider hiring me on a part-time basis. I should get my resume together. The one thing that UNI does encourage is practical experience from their faculty. They don't have everyone up in an ivory tower who's never been in the trenches.
That's right. They hire several adjunct instructors.
Yes, adjunct is the term I was looking for, who have been in the and still are in the real world.
Yes, that's correct. They teach on a part-time basis, and they want to get to the students and give real-world information out there.
That would be so much fun for me to, not for me, but a ground ball fair past the diving Greg Porter should be a double for Craig Ringy. He'll round first and head to second. Caleb Mayer's throw not in time, and a 2-out double by Craig Ringy, grounded sharply between Porter and the third base bag. It's the third extra base hit of the afternoon for Clinton. And now Chris O'Riordan's at the plate. I didn't mean that to sound self-serving or selfish or egotistical. It would be a lot of fun to take what I have learned in 8 years in minor league baseball and hear what kids your age, juniors, seniors, or freshmen and stuff, what they want to accomplish as far as either broadcasting or sports marketing, because it's a very exciting time in a student's life when they're in college, because they have so much that they're trying to take in and decide on their major. And I think certainly people with PhDs hold the highest prestige and the greatest amount of knowledge on a college campus, but there's room for folks like me with the lowly master's degree and real-life experience, hopefully, as well. A strike call to O'Riordan. A ground ball to short. It almost hit the umpire. It takes a room service hop for Kiaspo. Alberto, with his first chance of the day, throws out Chris O'Riordan. Chris O'Riordan bounces out to short. 5 brilliant innings from Leonardo Damico. No runs for Clinton in the fifth. A 1-out or a 2-out double, their fourth hit of the day. There were no Kernel errors. The LumberKings leave a runner on. They've stranded 5. And after 5, the Kernels 7, the LumberKings 1. You're listening to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
Over the years, Dad will use Alliant Energy to do lots of things. To turn the lights off 10,000 times. To give 765 bubble baths. To do 3,126 loads of laundry. But most important of all, to cook 152 gourmet meals when Mom works late. To learn more, call 1-800-ALLIANT.
As a parent, have you ever experienced the frustration of watching your child struggle at school because of poor study habits? Did your child's grades suffer last year because of poor organization? Do you wish your child would be more motivated at school to realize his or her true potential? If the answer to any of these questions was yes, then Educare Learning Center has a proven study skills program just for your child. Educare's Study Skills program has helped hundreds of area students gain the study skill tools necessary to turn grades around. So if learning how to study needs to be your child's first lesson this year, give Educare a call. Classes begin Monday, August 11th and Monday, August 18th, just in time for school this fall. Space is limited. Call Educare of Cedar Rapids today at 832-1965 and get this year started off right. That's Educare of Cedar Rapids, 832-1965. Educare is fully accredited by the North Central Association of Colleges and Schools.
Colonel intern Ryan Harris, serving his last day of a 5-month everyday stint with the Kernels, is going to tell us about a new hurler for the LumberKings. After 5, it's 7-1 Kernels, and Ryan, another Omar on the hill.
The LumberKings send Omar Beltre to the mound. This is his first appearance since July 25th. He has a 1.98 ERA, making his 12th appearance in 41 innings. He has given up 39 hits, struck out 21, and has 10 base on balls.
Omar Beltre started 5 games for the LumberKings. This is, as Ryan said, his 12th appearance, his 7th out of the bullpen, his first in almost, over 3 weeks. Omar Beltre. Omar Ortiz flirted with trouble, but held the Kernels scoreless in 2 innings, no runs, 3 hits, 2 strikeouts, 1 walk. B.J. Weed is 2 for 3. The switch hitter batting left looks at 1 low from Omar Beltre, a 22-year-old right-hander from the Dominican Republic. Ryan Harris will have our Colonel Did You Know question for you here in this Kernels 6th inning, brought to you by the Kernels. Visit us online at kernels.com, Kernels. Ryan, you mentioned we were talking about computers and professors at UNI giving lectures on PowerPoint. You're on our website almost every day, and I've encouraged our fans to make it a part of their daily routine as the strike is at the knees for BJ 2-1. Not only can you order tickets on our website at kernels.com, but what else do you enjoy about logging on to kernels.com?
Well, when the team's on the road, I definitely go to Kernels' website to check out the game, to listen to you, John.
A chopper to first, and it's fielded by Hector LeBron for the out. Yeah, I forgot that you can log on to kernels.com for our broadcast when we're on the road. B.J. Weed, a Baltimore chop to first. LeBron made the play unassisted, 1 out here in the Kernels 6th inning, 7-1. Andy Pantini's our webmaster. He does a wonderful job freshening the website with attractive offers from our Bim Ritter Diamond Shop. You can order merchandise online, as well as what Ryan said, keep up to minute on how the Kernels are faring. Ball 1 inside to Kiaspo. You can also order Kernel tickets by calling our box office, 896-7560, 896-7560.
Even though I'm in the office every single day and I'm pretty up to date with what's going on with the latest homestands and everything, I even check the Kernels websites for what's coming up in the next homestand, what kind of promotional activities we have.
It's
what the
really
game times
easy.
are as well, yeah.
Kernels. Yeah, game times. For instance, you'll find out about the Educare Alex Dvorsky bobblehead night this Thursday, the 21st. A high pop foul chased by Jose Gonzalez. It's beyond his reach outside of third, and it's 2-2 or 1-2 to Kiaspo. Our Colonel Did You Know question, and Ryan Harris will have it now.
The Did You Know question today. Did you know that in 1950 the Red Sox drubbed the St. Louis Browns 20-4 and 29-4 in back-to-back wins?
Now wait a minute. You got to repeat that. In 1950, what did the Red Sox do?
They drubbed the St. Louis Browns. But get these scores here: 20-4 and 29-4 in back-to-back wins.
Oh my goodness! The St. Louis Browns, as Kiaspo fights the pitch off and fouls it off to the right. That is some annihilation and pasting that the hapless St. Louis Browns had to take, an American League team. Our Colonel Did You Know question that the 1950 Red Sox drubbed is the only word I could think of, Ryan. In back-to-back games, they routed the Browns 20-4 and 29-4. A grounder to second. A nice high hop for Chris O'Riordan, and he throws Alberto out. 2 away here in the Colonel's 6th inning, 7-1 Colonels. Boy, what would you have done if you were the St. Louis Browns? You get beaten 20-4, and then the next day you come back and you get beaten 29-4. You're outscored in 2 games, 49-8.
Just think how that pitching staff
held up. The pitching staff was probably decimated. 2 out. Here's Greg Porter batting for the Kernels. Greg is walked and scored and struck out twice, and Omar Beltre slips in a breaking pitch for a strike to Greg. Porter started today with a robust average of .304, 1 homer, 37 RBIs. A strike at the knees to Greg. He's in the hole 0-2. Brian Harris, the 2 teams we're most concerned about in addition to these LumberKings are the Chiefs and the Bees. Let's see what they're doing this afternoon.
In West Michigan, Peoria is ahead of the West Michigan Whitecaps 7-3 in the bottom of the 8th at the moment. And in Burlington, the Beloit Snappers, who are almost running away with this Western Half Division, are up 4-0 against the Bees in the bottom of the 6th.
Well, thank you. We're leading here 7-1 in the top of the 6th inning. Porter nubs one off the end of the bat to the mound, and Omar Beltre runs it to first, tosses to first to get Greg a 1-2-3 inning. For Omar Beltre, that's just the second time today the Kernels have gone in order. And after 5.5, the Kernels 7, the LumberKings 1. You're listening to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
We're hoping you're having a great weekend, and let's take a look at your upcoming sports lineup right here on the Zone. ESPN Radio 1600, KCRG, Cedar Rapids. Kernel Baseball comes up on Monday. The Kernels continue the important road trip in Clinton as they take on the LumberKings one more time. 6:40 pregame, 7 o'clock is the first pitch. Tuesday the 19th, more Kernel Baseball. They close out the series in Clinton at Alliant Energy Field. 6:40 is pregame for that one, 7 o'clock first pitch. Off day on Wednesday the 20th, we've got ESPN Game Night coming your way that night. Kernels back at it at home as they take on the first place Beloit Snappers on Thursday at Vet Stadium. 6:40 is the pregame with John Rogers for that one, 7 o'clock the first pitch. That's your upcoming sports lineup right here on the Zone. ESPN Radio 1600, your home of the Tony Kornheiser Show. It's a fast-paced world. Things change at the speed of sound, yet some things never change, like your desire to deal with a solid, dependable car dealer. Zimmerman Ford has been around for 31 years. They still deal with a handshake and a promise to be there after the sale with quality service. Zimmerman Ford Town is Eastern Iowa's largest volume Ford dealer, and you don't get that way without being rock solid. Check them out on the web at FordTownUSA.com or in person on First Avenue in Cedar Rapids. Ford, BMW, Hyundai, and Mitsubishi at Zimmerman Ford Town.
Leonardo Damico was magnificent in 5 innings. Ryan Harris, who's alongside this afternoon, will give you his impressive final line. Right now, though, a U.S. Cellular call to the Kernel bullpen brought to you by U.S. Cellular. Visit a U.S. Cellular store or call U.S. Cellular at 1-888. That's 1-888-BUY-USCC. U.S. Cellular, we connect with you. Hayden Glemo answering the U.S. Cellular call to the Kernel bullpen. Before we tell you about Hayden, Ryan Harris, what a job by Leonardo Damico.
Leonardo Damico does qualify for the win at the moment for the Kernels. It would be his first win of the season. Today he went 5 innings. He gave up 4 hits, 1 run. He struck out 3 and walked 2 as far as the Kernels' new pitcher, Hayden Glemo. He will be making his 42nd appearance today, all in relief. He has a 7-3 record, a 3.63 ERA. He has struck out 53 and walked 31 in 62 innings of work.
Out of Auburn University, the Kernel southpaw in relief of Damico spins in a curveball to left-handed hitting Manny Santana for a strike. We're underway in the LumberKings 6th inning. Hayden Glemo last worked Thursday at home, a scoreless inning in a Kernel loss to Burlington. A fastball is high from Hayden to Manny Santana. Yes, Ryan Harris, Leonardo Damico was magnificent in his 5 innings, giving up just 1 run on 4 hits.
I'm glad he qualifies for a win here today, making his 3rd start. So hopefully Kernel can hang on for him.
A curve and a swing and a miss by Manny. I second that thought, Ryan Harris. Leonardo has been a big contributor to the Kernels in the last 5 weeks since he joined the club. Swinging and popping one foul into the screen to stay alive is Manny Santana. 8 home games remain. Still time for you to register your child for their chance to be drawn as our Culver's Small Fry of the game. You do that at either of the area Culver's Frozen Custard and Butterburger restaurants, one in Hiawatha across from Allen Motor Company, the second in front of the Windsong 12 Theater Complex on Edgewood Road Southwest. A can of corn off the bat of Manny Santana, hoisted into center where Quan Cosby takes care of it. 1 out here in the bottom of the 6th as Hayden Glemo gets Manny Santana. As the Culver's Small Fry of the game, your daughter or son will be allowed and escorted out onto the diamond between innings And they'll have a Culver's cap on. Their favorite Colonel player will autograph the Culver's cap. Here's a base hit into right past the diving Jake Mathis by Hector LeBron, his second straight hit. LeBron rifled a single into right with one out here in the sixth inning. The Culver's small fry of the game will take the field with Mr. Shucks. They'll receive the autograph of their favorite Colonel player on the Culver's cap. And then Mr. Shucks will present your son or daughter as the Culver's small fry with a certificate good for a free kids meal at either of the two Culver's frozen custard and butterburger restaurants. Ryan Harris, you've been witness to the joy that the child receives as the Culver's small fry of the game throughout this spring and summer.
John, the Culver's small fry gets great reviews from the fans. I love hearing the fans clap when they take the small fry out there. It's one of the best received promotions we do, and the kids just absolutely love it.
Oh.
Some of them are a little bit shy going out on the field, but going out there and getting the autograph, it's something that lasts for them.
Forever. Mr. Shucks holds their hand, and they have that Culver's cap on, and the Colonel player stops their warm-up between innings and puts his glove down, and with a black Sharpie signs the Culver's cap of the Culver's small fry. Ball one is inside to Chris Hiley. He's officially nothing for nothing today with a walk and sacrifice fly. A beautiful curveball from Guimo was ruled inside by plate umpire Jason Nakayachi. 2-0 to Chris Hiley. All you have to do to register your child for their chance to be drawn as the Culver's small fry of the game is stop by either of our Culver's frozen custard and butterburger restaurants, one in Hiawatha, one on the southwest side. A strike as Hiley was taking all the way. Yeah, that Culver's small fry, Ryan, they always seem to leave the field kind of in just another world of, they seemed almost awestruck by it.
They do. They usually leave with a big smile on their face, and not only do they leave with a big smile on their face, their parents are usually right down there too, and they know that the kids had a great time, and it's something that they'll go back and tell their friends about.
A pop fly into shallow right. B.J. Weed out, but in Kevin Jenkins. Glasses on, and Kevin gloves it for the second out of the inning. Chris Hiley stroked it off the end of the bat and popped it into shallow right for the second out of the sixth inning. 7-1 Kernels. Do the Colonel players ever have a second to smile or chat with the youngster, or is it all business?
Oh no, they make sure that the Culver small fry is welcomed out there. Usually give them a 5, ask them their name, give them a good smile. And
that's neat. Cameron Coughlin is 1 for 2. He doubled with 2 outs his last trip up. That was in the 4th inning. Hayden from the stretch to the switch hitter batting right. Letter high fastball. Strike one called on the outside corner. 7-1 Kernels. We're in the bottom of the 6th inning. Leonardo Damico is handed the ball over to lefty Hayden Klimo. Kernels in their red knit batting practice tops with red caps, white numbers, and then blue letters in cursive writing across the front says Kernels. Ball one is a cut fastball low to Coughlin. Clinton's in black knit batting practice tops. We're going to see how often they wear those. It may be their normal home uniform. They wore them last night. I've seen them in white tops in past years. I'll check and see whether these black knit tops are their normal home attire. A shot into right center off the end of the bat. Jenkins will not make the play. It's a base hit. Stopping at second is Hector LeBron. It was a Texas League clunker off the end of the bat that dumped over the head of BJ and in front of Kevin Jenkins for a single for Cameron Coughlin. Second hit of the inning off of lefty Hayden Klimo. The batter, Larry Grayson. We're going to check with John Grummels, and perhaps you can hear John's answer, Ryan, as to whether these are the normal home uniforms for the LumberKings.
These are not the regular uniforms, but they have been the regular mainstay for them here lately. Maybe it's the superstitious aspect goes along with baseball there.
Hey, when you're 34 and 26 at home, you wear what's got you there, and apparently the LumberKings have played much better in these black knit tops. A change-up, and Larry Grayson swung and missed strike one. The Kernels, on the other hand, normally just wear these red knit tops on Sundays.
And the few afternoon games we've had throughout the year.
You're right, Ryan. Exactly. The afternoon games that are so popular. The noon starts during the weekdays. Grayson takes a pitch in the dirt. Good stop by Abruzzo as it squirted off to Jared's left, and the runners hold at first and second. 1-1 to Larry Grayson. Bottom of the sixth inning. The Kernels up by 6-7-1. Clinton won last night's series opener 6-4. They walked 10 times. They committed 5 errors. Their starting pitcher hit 3 Kernel batters. It was a crazy, zany night of baseball. Hayden set below the chin and misses just low, apparently. Where was that pitch? Well, we can't tap Jason Nakiachi on the shoulder and ask him, but he has that bird's eye view right over the shoulder of Abruzzo, and he knew that that pitch was out of the strike zone. Now the 2-1 delivery from Hayden. Instead, he lifts his front leg and whirls back to second. Why is it in every ballpark, as smart as fans are, they always yell out balk?
There's always fans up in the stands that think they know the game better than the umpires, and sometimes that may be the case, but
no, not too often.
Not too often.
These men in blue are the best you could ever imagine. A slider, and it's ball 3 low to Larry Grayson. Hayden Glimo is now fallen behind 3-1. Jared Abruzzo walks the ball back to the mound before tossing it to Hayden. Hayden Glimo is quite a golfer. He's taken advantage of our golfing privileges at Airport National, and his teammates rave about his ability to put spin on the ball. He's a right-handed golfer, but a left-handed pitcher. We'll hear from Ryan Harris. Ryan has golfed quite a few times. Ball 4 loads the bases. They're loaded up for Jose Gonzalez with 2 out here in the bottom of the 6th inning. The LumberKings threaten to take a big chunk out of the Kernels' 6-run lead. Ryan, did you ever see Hayden Glimo golf?
Yes, I have. We had the Kernels charity golf outing back on June 11th that benefited the MDA and the Cedar Rapids Junior Golf Association. And all the Kernels players came out, and Hayden was actually the only one that did not need to borrow clubs from Airport National. He brought his own, and you can tell he's a good golfer if he's at least bringing his own clubs. And I did have a chance to see him. He strikes the ball very well and knows the game.
Said all he did was take a golf class at Auburn. He delivers high, ball 1 to Gonzalez. Bases loaded for the LumberKings. 2 out, bottom of the 6th inning. Gonzalez is 0 for 2. He's lined out to shallow right and fouled out to third. LeBron at second, Coughlin at first, Coughlin at second, Grayson at first. Ball 2 inside. Eric Bennett, the Kernel pitching coach, may come out at any time. Instead, Jared Abruzzo trots out to the mound. The LumberKings are up to their old tricks, taking pitches. It's been a formula that's now here comes Eric Bennett out of the Kernel third base dugout. With the bases loaded and 2 out and a 2-0 count on the number 9 hitter, Kernel thanks to Dale Lee Distributing. Dale Lee Distributing provides all those crisp, clean, refreshing Budweiser products in the new Veterans Memorial Stadium. Dale Lee Distributing. They have a diamond suite in the new Veterans Memorial Stadium. And as I say, whenever the adults want to wet their whistle, they do so in large parts of the great products distributed from Dale Lee Budweiser products. Budweiser, crisp, clean, refreshing. Now perhaps Hayden Glimo, yes, they're looking at him. He either has a blister or something wrong with him. I knew we were in trouble when Tyler Waltz and Todd Klaus were summoned out to the mound. I think they're looking at his a finger on his left hand. He may have developed a blister. Can you see anything more, Ryan Harris?
They are all crowded around the mound there, taking a look at him. I can't tell exactly from here, though.
Well, Hayden Glimo is going to be lifted from this game, and we're going to have a rather lengthy delay because no Colonel Hurler was warming up. A Colonel relief pitcher will have all the time he needs. It looks like they're going to have to lift Hayden Glimo and Ryan has the binoculars on. I think he has a blister, but he certainly has not thrown very many pitches to develop a blister.
That's usually what it is in this type of situation. He really hasn't, we didn't see really any signs of him aching or anything or pulling a muscle. So usually in this type of situation, Tyler Waltz was looking at his hand, so I'm guessing it's a blister.
Well, they're taking out Hayden Glemo, and in comes...
That James Carroll, I believe.
Yes, you're right. Ryan Harris, right again. This is an unexpected, discouraging occurrence. Hayden Glemo's been so good all year out of the Colonel bullpen, and he's had to be lifted here after loading the bases, but getting 2 out. A U.S. Cellular call to the Colonel bullpen summons in James Carroll. Visit a U.S. Cellular store or call U.S. Cellular at 1-888-BUY-USCC. U.S. Cellular, we connect with you. Hayden Glemo goes 2/3 of an inning. So far, no runs, 2 hits, a walk, and no strikeouts. James Carroll is the new hurler for the Kernels out of Pepperdine in Malibu, California. And Ryan Harris will tell you about how good James Carroll has been for us this season.
James Carroll is making his 17th appearance for the Kernels so far this year. He has a 1.96 ERA, has a record of 1-2. In 23 innings of work, he has struck out 13 and walked 9.
James Carroll, a right-hander, coming on. He'll inherit a very difficult situation. Bases loaded, 2 out, a 2-0 count on the number 9 hitter, who will now bat left-handed, switch hitter Jose Gonzalez. 7-1 Kernels, bottom of the 6th inning. This Thursday, if you're among the first 1,000 kids 12 and under to come to the new Veterans Memorial Stadium, you'll be rewarded thanks to Educare Learning Center with an Alex Dvorsky bobblehead. An Alex Dvorsky bobblehead produced by a place that Alex studied at to get his scores up for Division I baseball. He took an SAT or an ACT prep course at Educare Learning Center under the watchful excellence of President Kevin McCarville. Thursday, August 21st, Educare Learning Center, Alex Dvorsky bobblehead night. The gates open at 6. Come early because they'll go quickly. Now, you have seen the Alex Dvorsky bobbleheads from Educare Learning Center, Ryan.
I was just going to tell you about that. Yeah.
Please do.
They're very good-looking bobbleheads. They have Alex in his catching equipment, have his mask and everything, his batting helmet on, or his catching helmet on. So they're very good to come out and get for those fans, especially those 12 and under. We'll get the first crack at them.
Let's see if we can get Eric Kern, if he can lean up high enough to talk into our crowd mic. I'm not sure if Eric sees the crowd mic. It's sticking right outside a little hole. Colonel season ticket holder Eric Kern is here. And Eric, if you can climb up onto the bleachers and try to say something into the crowd mic, we'd really appreciate it. I'm not sure if Eric can hear us in this booth. It's kind of a fishbowl, and Eric is looking forlongingly in here. I wish he would hear us because we're trying to get him to climb up onto the bleachers, and he does not understand our message. So Eric Kern has been turned away, unfortunately, heading back down to sit. Too bad he couldn't hear us because we wanted to hear from him on the crowd mic. Well, here's a harrowing situation. James Carroll to face Jose Gonzalez with the bases loaded and a 2-0 count. 2 out, bottom of the 6th. The Kernels up 7-1. James Carroll last pitched Friday at home in a loss to Burlington, an 8-7 Colonel loss to the Bees. Ball 3 is low. Now, if James Carroll were to lose this number 9 hitter on a walk, the walk would be charged to Hayden Glemo. James Carroll pitched an inning and 2/3 of scoreless relief at home. There's a strike call to the switch hitter, Jose Gonzalez. He wears number 13 on his Clinton black jersey. 3-1 the count. LeBron at third, Coughlin at second, Grayson at first. James from the set, the 3-1. Ball 4, a walk and a run in at 7-2 Colonels. That run is charged to Hayden Glemo. That walk is charged to Hayden Glemo. And now the LumberKings threaten to make a new game of it. Bases loaded, 2 out. The leadoff man, Juan Senrizo at the plate. James Carroll unable to throw. A 3-1 strike to the number 9 hitter who drives in his 4th run of the year. Jose Gonzalez never had to take the bat off his shoulder. Again, we credit the LumberKings. They have an extremely patient approach at the plate. They take until you either walk them or run the count full. That seems to be the reason that they are one of the reasons they're such a successful ball club. A strike from James, a curveball to Juan Senrizo. James Carroll in relief of Hayden Glemo, trying to protect the Colonel 5-run lead, 7-2, bottom of the 6th inning. Senrizo is 1 for 3 today. A slider framed by Abruzzo ruled ball 1 by plate umpire Jason Nagiachi. The LumberKings have struck for a run on 2 singles and 2 walks here in their 6th inning. James Carroll is trying to get Juan Senrizo. Here's his 1-1. Strike 2 called, a fastball on the outside corner. Juan is a .216 batter with a high number of RBIs, 49. Abruzzo sets up outside. That's where the pitch is, a breaking ball low and away. 2-2 to Juan Senrizo. He's the 7th man to bat here in the Clinton 1-run 6th inning. LumberKings have the bases juiced with 2 outs. And the 2-2 from Carroll. Slicing foul down the right field line. The count remains 2-2. This game is on a pace to be about 3 hours and 45 minutes in length.
After that first inning, John, when Colonel scored 4 runs, that took just about 25 minutes. So,
yes.
Hogan really battled through that first inning for the LumberKings and ended up taking almost 25 minutes as the Colonel scored 4 runs in the first.
Senrizo waits for another 2-2 and taps it to the mound. It's picked up by James Carroll, who throws Juan out to end the inning. Terrific job of pitching to Juan Senrizo by James Carroll. He got Senrizo to tap one back to the mound very softly, and James fired to first to get out of the inning. For Clinton in the 6th inning, 1 run on 2 hits, 2 walks, no Colonel errors. The LumberKings leave the bases jammed. They've left 8 men in 6 at-bats. And after 6, the Colonels lead Clinton 7-2. We're going to check in with Deb Williams right now, our in-studio engineer. Deb Williams, we're going to check in with you for more scores on the State Farm Major League scoreboard. As we head to the 7th, Colonels 7, LumberKings 2. You're listening to Colonel Baseball on the Zone.
Remember when you were a child and there was a safety patrol person near your school to make sure you could cross the street safely? Don't you wish you had a safety patrol with you to help you conduct your life safely? Scott Draper, your Pekin insurance agent at Sheets Forest Draper Insurance in Marion, can help you feel safe with the right insurance coverages. For the right insurance for your home, auto, life, health, and business, see your Pekin insurance agent, Scott Draper at Sheets Forest Draper Insurance in Marion.
Toyota takes another leap forward in material handling efficiency. Hub Toyota Lift would like to introduce you to the new Toyota AC electric forklift. AC technology provides unprecedented acceleration, dramatically increasing operator cycle times, thus increasing production. And because DC components are no longer needed, you will significantly lower your maintenance costs. A clean running, dependable unit is the result. Coupled with today's attractive interest rates, there's never been a better time to join Toyota's AC revolution. Contact Hub Toyota Lift in Cedar Rapids, Peoria, Des Moines, and Davenport.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin. You know, Hometown Restyling has served Eastern Iowans since 1986, providing the very finest in windows, siding, and sunrooms. Their experienced staff can handle the job from start to finish, including plans, permits, and inspections. Plus, Hometown Restyling is nationally recognized by Professional Remodeler, Qualified Remodeler, and Remodeling magazines. Call Hometown Restyling for your next remodeling project, or better yet, visit one of our beautiful showrooms in Hiawatha or Coralville. Hometown Restyling, because there's no place like home.
We go to the 7th. It's 7-2 Kernels. The Kernels scored 4 runs in the first inning on 1 hit and 6 Gary Hogan walks. Gary did not survive the first inning. The Kernels added 3 in the third. The key blow in that inning, a leadoff double by, or a 2-out double by Abram, and then a 2-run homer by Caleb Mayer. The LumberKings have not single tallies in the 4th and 6th innings, and we go to the 7th inning, and the Kernels will try to break through against Omar Beltre, a right-hander who retired the Kernels in order in the 6th inning. We're going to take a look, thanks to State Farm Insurance agents Al Shetler, Lanny Peterson, Gary Shubat, and Dale Thompson at the State Farm Major League scoreboard here in the Kernels 7th inning. Strike 1 to Jared Abruzzo. With a look at the State Farm Major League scoreboard, here's our guest, Ryan Harris. A pitch ripped into right. That's a single for Abruzzo. Jared got a pitch up out over the plate, and I mean he drilled it into right field, pulled it hard for a leadoff single.
There are 2 new finals in the National League. At Wrigley Field in Chicago, the LA Dodgers shut out the Cubs 3-0 today. And down in Miami, the Florida Marlins have beaten the San Diego Padres 11-7. In the American League, Kansas City, after dropping 2 games to the Twins, have won the third and final game 5-4 over the Twins today in Kansas City.
A line drive right at Juan Senrizo off the bat of Matt Abram. A throw to first. Abruzzo gets back, and there's 1 out as Abram hammered it into center for a line drive out.
In the extra inning game in Cleveland is now final. The Indians 5, the Tampa Bay Devil Rays 4 to come back in that game. Indians 5, Tampa Bay 4. We have a few partial games in the American League as well. The Seattle Mariners 3 and the Boston Red Sox 1 in the 5th inning. And our parent club, the Anaheim Angels, at home at Edison International Field, are ahead of the Detroit Tigers 4-3 in the 5th inning. And in Oakland ahead of the Toronto Blue Jays 7-1 in the 4th inning as well.
And now that Ryan has given you those latest scores, I'll have him review the earlier finals in a moment on the State Farm Major League scoreboard. The game you'll hear tonight, the Phillies hosting the Cardinals at Busch Stadium. Tonight in the American League, it's the White Sox playing the Rangers at the ballpark in Arlington. Fouling one in the air off to the left for a strike is Mathis. Now Jake drills one into right center for extra bases. Can Abruzzo score all the way from first? Jared's headed to third. Todd Klaus is going to wave him home. It's going to be close. Here's the play at they mishandled the relay, and Abruzzo scores all the way from first on a double ripped into the right center field alley by Jake Mathis. Jake has his 3rd straight hit of the game. He's reached base safely for the 4th time today, and Jake Mathis rammed one into the right center field alley. Scoring all the way from first was Jared Abruzzo, and that's not an easy accomplishment. Bruiser does not run real well, but he made it home standing up on an RBI double, thrashed into the right center field alley by Jake Mathis to make it 8-2 Kernels. Jake Mathis has his 3rd straight hit of this game. He's at second with 1 out, and Beltre delivers a strike to Caleb at the knees. Strike 1.
John, as far as the other State Farm Major League scoreboard games, in Baltimore at Camden Yards, New York Yankees 8, Baltimore 0. That's the final. Arizona 2, Atlanta 0, and Turner Field in Atlanta. That's the final. San Francisco 2, Montreal 4. The Expos winners in Montreal today. At Shea Stadium in New York, the Mets 6 and the Colorado Rockies 4. And at the Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati, the Reds 4, the Houston Astros 3. And one extra final here, the Pittsburgh Pirates 5, Milwaukee Brewers 2 from Pittsburgh.
Meanwhile, Caleb Mayer is ahead in the count 2-1. Caleb has a 2-run homer today. That came in the 3rd, a sacrifice fly in the 1st. He golfs one foul towards the LumberKings first base dugout. And there's a play. for Hector LeBron. He leaned over the top the railing of the dugout, reached on top of the dugout, and it was just out of his reach. We will try to get Eric Hearn in a position where he can stand up outside and tell us, our Colonel fans, all about another big winning. Eric was born with a horseshoe in his stomach. His wife, apparently, Ann Hearn, they always win the 50-50 raffles when they come to Colonel road games. They won over 250 smackaroos earlier this season at Pullman Field in Beloit, and now they've taken the winnings of the 50-50 raffle this afternoon. We'll see if we can get Eric Hearn, whose wife Ann won the 50-50 raffle here in Clinton, to somehow lean up. Yes, well, it won't do any good to page him because he can't hear us when we're asking him to please stand up and shout into the crowd mic. So we'll try to get him up here somehow. The 2-2 to Caleb is popped up into shallow left. Back goes the shortstop. In comes the left fielder. Cameron Coughlin, the left fielder, in shallow left center, has it for the second out of the inning. Let's do page Eric Hearn and have him come into the press box so that we can tell him how he can be heard. Eric Hearn in the press box, please.
Eric Hearn, please report to the press box. Eric Hearn in the press box, please. Thank you.
Well, that's easier said than done here as well. I guess it is easier to open the window. No, it's broken. The window is broken. We've somehow got it open, but that may be a problem. Don't push it open anymore. That window is broken terribly. Here's Kevin Jenkins, left-handed batter. We're trying to get Eric Hearn, and we now have him so he can hear us. Eric Hearn, we'd like you to stand up on the bleachers, talk into that microphone. We understand.
The best I can.
We understand, Eric, that your wife Ann has won the 50-50 jackpot.
Yeah, we won $30.
30? I thought it was like in Beloit when you won $250.
Oh, yeah, it's 271 in Beloit.
Wow. Here's a check swing by Jenkins. He's in the hole 0-2 as he fouled it off. Eric Hearn, Ann Hearn has won how much, Luke?
$30.
$30?
Well, I think it was 37.
Well, that's 2 tanks of gas in my Volkswagen.
That makes it worth coming down today.
It sure does. Well, Eric Hearn, we were trying to summon you to that microphone, but this booth is soundproof and a fishbowl. You couldn't hear us earlier. We didn't realize. As Kevin Jenkins bounces one up the middle through the diving shortstop. Here's a play at the plate. Senrizo's throw is high, and scoring is Jake Mathis to make it 9-2. Jake Mathis gets up limping as he slid into that hard dirt. He beat the throw home from Senrizo. Kevin Jenkins makes it 9-2 Kernels. A grounder through the middle, dove for by Craig Ringy. He could not smother it. It went into center field. RBI number 9 for Kevin Jenkins, his first hit of the game, and the Kernels lead it 9-2 here in the 7th inning. Eric Hearn, I was just saying that you and Ann must have been born with horseshoes in your bellies because you guys are rather lucky.
Well, yeah, we've won 2 50-50s this year and won a 50-50 in Beloit a couple of years ago.
Wow, I got to go to the casino across the street with you, man. $37 in a 50-50 raffle here at Alliant Energy Field. Eric Hearn, kind enough to answer our call. And Eric, are you and Ann going to be able to come either tomorrow night or Tuesday night?
No, we won't be able to.
Okay, swing and a miss by Quan Cosby. I noticed you moved from the sun into the shade earlier.
Pretty tough out there in the sun today.
And I noticed Ron Pline, the Roadrunner, has been visiting with you throughout the day.
Yes.
Well, Eric, let me give you a local recommendation on your way home. Stop and eat at Maud's, M-A-U-D-E, Maud's Restaurant.
Maud's Restaurant.
I've eaten there with Brad Seward, the public address announcer here, and Maud's is excellent here in Clinton.
Keep that in mind on the way out.
M-A-U-D-E. Eric Hearn, thank you so much for the great news. Eric's wife, Ann, both Eric and Ann season ticket holders, winning $37 this afternoon in the 50-50 raffle here at Alliant Energy Field. Now, whether we'll get that window ever closed again, I don't know, due to its condition at the base. But Ryan Harris appears to have gotten the window almost closed completely. It's that darn wooden base. There, Ryan, you did it.
Got that taken care of.
Quan Cosby in the hole 1 and 2. We've had an announcement. Okay. Quan lifts one into center, and Juan Senrizo's been a busy man out there today. He trots in 2 steps and has it to end the Kernels' 7th, but the Kernels come up big, add to their lead with 2 runs in the 7th on 3 base hits. There were no LumberKing errors, and the Kernels leave 1. We've stranded 7. 7th inning stretch at Alliant Energy Field, where the Kernels are ahead of the Clinton Club now 9-2. You're listening to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
Now is a great time to add fresh houseplants to your home or office. Visit Peck's Flower Shop and take advantage of their summer houseplant sale now through September. 50% off the regular price on houseplants and indoor hanging plants in 6-inch pots or larger. Peck's large selection of new varieties and, of course, long-time favorites are all on sale. 50% off the regular price when you select plants in 6-inch pots or larger. While at Peck's, select a planter or a basket for your plants from Peck's new and larger selection, plus planting soil, plant food, and plenty of free expert growing advice are available at Peck's. Peck's Flower and Garden Shop at the corner of Blair's Ferry and Edgewood Roads Northeast, growing with the Cedar Rapids area since 1956. Remember Peck's, 50% off sale on houseplants and indoor hanging plants in 6-inch pots or larger. Now through September.
If you don't stop by one of Jungi's 4 great locations, how will you know you got the very best deal? Stop in today at Jungi Lincoln Mercury Isuzu in Cedar Rapids, Jungi Ford and Jungi Chrysler Jeep Dodge in Center Point, and the new Jungi Chevrolet Pontiac in Anamosa. Now, 4 great locations, still one great name, Jungi.
A member of our terrific staff of interns, a member, Ryan Harris, was our dugout interview guest. Ryan has served capably and excellently as our color commentator today. James Carroll came on to get the final out of the LumberKings 6th inning. James has a 9-2 lead as he faces Craig Ringy to start the 7th. And a fastball pumped in high, apparently, ball 1 to Craig Ringy. Ringy's 1 for 3. Into the windup goes James, and now he fires a strike on the outside corner, a fastball. Alliant Energy Field, formerly known as Riverview Stadium, is the home of the LumberKings. They built it in 1937. A curveball glanced off the shoulder of Craig Ringy. He's aboard on a hit batsman. James Carroll has struck Craig Ringy with the 3rd pitch of the 7th inning. The first hit batsman by either pitching staff today. Chris O'Riordan is at the plate. He's 0 for 3. Ryan Harris is majoring in business. Is that your major exclusively, Ryan, at UNI?
It is a marketing major.
Oh.
Marketing major and a management emphasis at UNI. We have 4 different emphases at the marketing major, and I chose the management one. And I also have enough time to get a minor as well in public relations.
Wow. A strike to Ringy. Now another pitch looked good, but ball 1 to O'Riordan, rather, not Ringy. Ringy was hit by a pitch. Are your classes stimulating, interesting, challenging? And you can level with me. Most college or university classes should be stimulating, challenging, exciting, and really have you looking forward to going to class every day if you pick the right major.
Yes, definitely. With my marketing classes, I definitely love going to them every day, and since it's the type of thing I want to get into, they offer good topics and everything. But some of the general elective classes, some of the required classes that you have to take, you start going to them and you're like, why am I really here? What am I going to use this for? But the major classes I've really enjoyed.
Ball 3 is outside from James Carroll to O'Riordan. Chris doing what he does best, and that is making a Kernel pitcher throw a strike. James Carroll behind Chris O'Riordan, 3-1. A ground ball base hit into left. Credit James Carroll. He did not walk the batter. He made him hit it, and hit it he did. Chris O'Riordan, a sharp grounder to the left of Greg Porter for his first hit of the day. James Carroll has hit a batter and surrendered a single. Now the cleanup batter for Clinton. Manny Santana steps in. The Kernels own a lead of 9-2 in this game. And we're in the bottom of the 7th inning. The LumberKings have 2 on, nobody out for Manny Santana. Do most kids at UNI get to their classes by walking, or do they have bicycles?
A little bit of both. I do both, actually. Now that I'm off campus, when the weather permits, I ride my bike. I'm about 5 blocks from the actual edge of campus, and I'm about a 15-minute walk to the business building from where I live. When you're in the dorms, a lot of the students will walk. A lot of walking is done, so it's a very accessible campus. Everything is right there, which is a great feature to the campus.
A 1-0 pitch fouled off to the left by the cleanup batter, Manny Santana. 3 for 3 with 3 runs driven in, 3 runs scored last night in a 6-4 LumberKing win. He's 0 for 3 this afternoon. Bottom of the 7th inning. 84 degrees, sunny Sunday afternoon. Manny hits one into left on the ground. That's a base hit. A runner will score to make it 9-3. And trotting home is Craig Ringy. So James Carroll is in trouble now. O'Riordan stopped at second. Manny Santana with yet another RBI in this series, his 4th. Singled it on the ground into left field. Hector LeBron is hot. He's tripled and scored. He's singled and scored after popping out his first at bat. Still nobody out. The Kernels desperately need a pop-out, strikeout, or double play to try to thwart the momentum the LumberKings have garnered here by putting their first 3 men aboard. A ground ball to first off the glove of Mathis, picked up by Weed, and he throws to second for a 4th. What a play by B.J. Weed. A ground ball to the right of Jake Mathis. He backhanded it. It went off his glove and squirted to Weed. B.J. didn't panic. He whirled and threw to the shortstop Kiaspo for a force out of Santana. The play went 3-4-6. Boy, that B.J. Weed, Ryan, knew just what to do. He knew that ball was hit hard. He knew Santana is not a fast base runner. He picked it up off the carom and then threw to Kiaspo. A lot of second basemen would have panicked.
Heads-up play there by B.J. Weed, turning it in and knowing what to do with the ball and not just giving up on that play.
A tip foul by Chris Hiley. LeBron reaches on a fielder's choice. Hector's at first. And O'Riordan went to third. It's runners at the corners for the LumberKings here in their 7th. They're down 9-3. And the batter, Chris Hiley, is 0 for 1. He's walked, driven in a run with a sacrifice fly, and flown to right. Big, tall, right-handed batter, Chris Hiley out of Miami. A beautiful curveball from James Carroll, and it's strike 2 to Hiley. Kernels have out-hit Clinton 10-8, lead them 9-3 here in the bottom of the 7th. James is set above the letters, looks to third, and then whirls and looks LeBron back to first. Boy, Ryan Harris, I've been to a women's volleyball game for the Panthers in West Gym. One of the most exciting things sports-wise I've ever seen is a jam-packed West Gym with that top 10 volleyball team playing. That is some atmosphere.
Oh, wow, that is a lot of fun in the West Gym. I've been to several volleyball games there. Bobby Peterson has the Panther volleyball team. I believe the number 8 team in the nation to lead off this year, and It's a lot of fun. The atmosphere is just electric in there. Fans right on top of the court.
A curve on a 1-2 pitch from Carroll to Hiley. Inside corner, strike 3 called. Chris Hiley is called out on strikes for the second out of the Clinton 7th. Now Cameron Coughlin, who has 2 hits in his last 2 at-bats, steps in. Coughlin batting left-handed against right-hander James Carroll. Again, Hayden Glemo worked 2/3 of an inning, gave up a run on 2 hits, struck out and unwalked 2. He had to be lifted for this pitcher, James Carroll, due to what looked to be a blister on one of the fingers of his left hand. Ball 1 low to Coughlin, a breaking pitch. Cameron faked a bunt. Do the Panthers have a Division I men or women's soccer team?
Women's soccer, yes, they do. They added that, I believe, 2 years ago. I was a sophomore then, and they did that to keep up with the Title IX requirements that they have to. They added the women's soccer program, and they play the west field right behind the dome there.
Ball 2 just missed inside to Coughlin. Cameron, a 267 batsman, ahead 2-0. And he takes low, ball 3. On deck is Larry Grayson. We don't want to see him bat in this 7th inning. It will mean that the LumberKings will have loaded the bases. Kernels lead it 9-3. Here in the bottom of the 7th, Clinton has 2 runners on, 2 out. Strike 1 called to Cameron Coughlin.
John, I understand you coach track.
That's right.
For quite a while.
Cross country and track, and really enjoyed that aspect of my professional career. The runner goes, a bouncer to second. BJ gloves it and throws out the batter to end the inning. Cameron Coughlin bounces out to second to end the Clinton 7th inning. The LumberKings strike for 1 run on 2 base hits. No Colonel errors. Clinton leaves 2. They've now left 10 men on in their 7 at-bats. The Kernels are ahead in this one after 7 innings. 9-3. You're listening to Colonel Baseball on the Zone.
Yes, he does. I'll be taking a class from him.
Hawk fans, Gary Dolphin here. Have you been to Kinnick lately? If you have, the Hawkeyes thank you. If you haven't, tickets are on sale now for the 7 home football games to be played this fall. And what a blockbuster schedule it is. The Red Hawks of Miami, Ohio, and nationally ranked Arizona State highlight the non-conference schedule. Visits to Kinnick by Michigan, Penn State, and arch rivals Illinois and Minnesota round out the Big Ten home slate. Those are the kinds of games that are tough on coaches, but great for the fans in the stands. Season tickets, 3-game mini plans, single game seats, group tickets, family packages, discounted youth tickets, you name it, the Hawkeyes have it, and they're on sale now. To reserve your seat inside legendary Kinnick Stadium for 1, 3, or all 7 home games of the 2003 Hawkeyes, visit www.hawkeyesports.com or call 1-800-IA-HAWKS. Nothing comes close to being at Kinnick with 70,000 of your closest friends. Don't delay, be a part of the fun. Dial in at www.hawkeyesports.com or 1-800-IA-HAWKS. Go Hawkeyes!
Summer is here, but football is just around the corner. John Wilson Sports, your team representative, has the equipment you need. Football pants, mesh practice jerseys, shoes, socks, shorts in your team colors, and protective gear are all in stock now in time for summer camps. John Wilson Sports has a wide selection of swimsuits for training or leisure, as well as sport glides, sandals, goggles, and caps to make this summer pool season fun for the whole family. John Wilson Sports, always the low-price leader at the corner of First Avenue and Collins Road Northeast in Cedar Rapids.
Top of the 8th inning, 9-3 Kernels. Franco Peasley is the 4th relief pitcher employed by the LumberKing Brain Trust here this afternoon. Franco's the only lefty on the LumberKing staff, and Franco Peasley is set to go against B.J. Weed, who has 2 hits and 4 trips today. B.J. fouls the first pitch into the backstop, strike 1.
John,
go ahead, Ryan.
John, Franco Peasley enters the game for the LumberKings, making his 38th appearance of the season, all in relief. He has a 3.86 ERA, a record of 4-4, and in 49 innings pitched, he has 38 strikeouts, 15 base on balls. giving up 57 hits in those 49 innings.
Franco is 23 years old from Kansas State, and you just heard about his season from Ryan Harris. There's a base hit into center by BJ. No, a line drive that carried out to Juan Senrizo. I'll tell you, Ryan, I've been fooled on a number of balls here today. BJ scalded that pitch, and it carried out to Senrizo. I'm going to count how many putouts Juan Senrizo has in center field today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's caught 5 balls this afternoon. Here's Alberto Kiaspo to face the lefty. A ground ball. Base hit past the diving third baseman Gonzalez. Alberto has his second hit of the day. The Colonel 11th hit of the afternoon. Alberto Kiaspo singled past the diving Jose Gonzalez. 1 on, 1 out in the Colonel 8th inning. 9-3 Kernels. Omar Beltre, 2 innings pitched out of the LumberKing bullpen and gave up 2 runs on 3 hits. He struck out none. He walked none. Greg Porter walked and scored in the Colonel 4-run first. Since then, he's gone 0 for 3. Franco Peasley, P-E-Z-E-L-Y, lives in Utah, went to school at Kansas State. Ryan, while I have a chance, a curve, a strike to Greg. You mentioned what a tough schedule that UNI has on the gridiron this fall. What do you honestly think will happen when they have to suit up against Dan McCarney and his Cyclones? Are you looking at a 48-3 game? Are you looking at a game that the Cyclones can keep it close? Are you looking at a game that is simply for exposure for the Panthers?
A lot of that, yeah, John. I was at the Panther Cyclone games back in the early 90s when the Panthers did upset Iowa State 2 times in a row.
Swing and a miss by Greg Porter. He's down on 3 pitches. Greg looked a little bit overmatched by the lefty Peasley. Yeah, and you know, a lot of people question why UNI plays Iowa or Iowa State. I think it's good for the state of Iowa to have the 3 Division I or the 2 Division I and the 1 Division 1A football. I think it's good to have them play each other. For nothing else, it's good for the state, it's good for the alums, it's good for potential recruits to see the difference in the programs.
Exactly. They go to head-to-head. It shows what each team has, and it does create the rivalry between the teams.
Now, this year, is the game at Ames or at the...
It's always been at Ames, yeah. UNI always will travel to the larger schools. It's a money situation. UNI will get money from Iowa State to do that.
I bet there'll be a lot of purple and gold at Jack Trice Stadium.
I'll be one of them.
Good for you, Ryan Harris.
I was at the games back in the early 90s, and it was awesome atmosphere there to see the Panthers win. I hope they can do it again. I do understand that Iowa State has quite the defense this year. It'll be a different UNI team, but hopefully it'll be a lot closer than the game 2 years ago when Iowa State ran away with it.
A 2-0 pitch to Abruzzo is cranked foul way down the left field line. The Colonels have a right-hander up in their bullpen, Brett Cimarelli. Brett Cimarelli may be pitching in the bottom of the 8th inning. Abruzzo ahead 2-1. Jared, a switch hitter, batting right-handed for the first time today with 2 out and Kiaspo at first. Jared pops one up. It's on the infield. The shortstop comes in, shading his eyes, and Craig Ringy on the grass behind the mound has it. Abruzzo pops to short in the Colonel 8th inning. No runs, 1 hit, no LumberKing errors. The Colonels leave a runner on, our 8th stranded of the day. We go to the bottom of the 8th inning. Brett Cimarelli looks like he's coming on. He is. After 7.5, Colonels 9, Clinton 3. You're listening to Colonel Baseball on the Zone.
This is an emergency. This isn't. Say it's an evening or a weekend, and you have a, or perhaps even a, you don't need, but you'd rather not, for your doctor's office to open. That's when it's time to visit a Mercy Care Urgent Care Clinic. Just walk in, limp in, or even crawl in. And a Mercy Care physician will help you feel better, faster. There's a Mercy Care Urgent Care Clinic near you. Mercy Care North on Collins Road Northeast, and the new Mercy Care South on Edgewood Road Southwest.
Open Monday through Friday, 7:30 a.m. to 9 p.m. and weekends 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. So, next time you have... visit a Mercy Care Urgent Care Clinic in your neighborhood.
Here's a fact about the new Veterans Memorial Stadium I bet you didn't know. All of the grounds surrounding our community's newest source of pride are maintained by Greg's Lawn Service. That's right, it's Greg's Lawn Service that provides you with that initial lift when you approach our magnificent new ballpark. Greg's Lawn Service can put their first-class signature on your yard, elevating it to the same immaculate condition you see around the stadium. Greg's Lawn Service, a cut above the rest since 1983.
We have a U.S. Cellular call to the Colonel bullpen, summoning in right-hander Brett Cimarelli. He takes over for James Carroll. Visit a U.S. Cellular store or call U.S. Cellular at 1-888-BUY-USCC. U.S. Cellular, we connect with you. James Carroll, an inning and a third, 1 run, 2 hits, 1 strikeout, 1 walk, 1 hit batter. Right-hander Brett Cimarelli is on. Ryan Harris.
Brett Cimarelli making his 30th appearance of the year for the Kernels. He has a 7.66 ERA, a record of 1-2. In 67 innings pitched, he has 31 strikeouts, 52 base on balls, and has given up 88 hits.
Brett working for the first time in a long time. He pitched Tuesday night at home in our win over the Bees. He went 2 innings, gave up 4 runs, 2 earned on 3 hits, struck out none, and walked 3. Brett Cimarelli to take on the lower 2 in the Clinton order. Here in the bottom of the 8th inning, Larry Grayson is first up, a right-handed hitter. Larry Grayson today has walked, grounded to second, and walked. 9-3 Kernels as we go to the bottom of the 8th inning. Brett's curve just misses inside, ball 1. Brett Cimarelli is on the hill for the Kernels. The third man we've used out of our bullpen. There's a curve, a strike call to the batter, Grayson. Now ball 2 is in the dirt.
John, I've noticed Brett has put in some odd work this year. He always seems to go in the games where the Kernels are either leading by quite a bit or down by quite a bit.
We've talked to him about that as he misses inside ball 3. Control has been a major concern for Brett. He's really struggled with it, as you said, and he loves this role of pitching either when we're well out of a game or have a little bit of a cushion. He says that every staff needs a guy that can do something like that. A slider is a strike called. Brett's very grateful for having been with the Kernels all year. He hasn't performed like he wanted to, but he's one of the hardest working guys with one of the best attitudes we have on the team. Larry Grayson hits one deep to left. Back is Caleb Mayer. Back is Quan Cosby, and Quan Cosby has it in deep left center. Brett Cimarelli gets Larry Grayson on a full count delivery to Sky to deep left center, 1 out here in the LumberKing 8th inning, 9-3 Kernels. The batter is Jose Gonzalez. I don't think we can remind folks enough about the Cargill Special Olympics night this Saturday, August 23rd. We'll have silent live auctions to benefit Special Olympics, and Ryan Harris, I know our listeners would appreciate it in just a moment if you would review some of the memorabilia items, who they represent. A ball low. I don't know where that pitch was. It's 2-0 to Gonzalez. First, though, we want to remind you that you're tuned to Colonel Baseball here on the Zone, ESPN Radio 1600, KCRG, Cedar Rapids, Iowa. The 2-0 from Simi, outside ball 3.
John, we have all kinds of great auction items for the Special Olympics on Cargill night at the ballpark, August 23rd. We have signed footballs by Gale Sayers, J.J. Moses, Eddie Berlin, Chad Henning, Mike Banks, Jared DeVries, Jonathan Ogden, Billy Cundiff, Todd Heap, and Michael Bennett. Lots of other items as well, including Fred Hoiberg autographed shoes. set of parenting tapes done by Drew Bledsoe of the New England Patriots. NASCAR items for those NASCAR fans as well, with a signed picture of Bobby Labonte and a signed shirt by Tony Stewart.
4-pitch walk to the number 9 hitter as Brett now faces Juan Senrizo and delivers a strike at the knee. Senrizo is 1 for 4 this afternoon. Those are great items that Ryan Harris just read, and autographed memorabilia items from well-known stars on the national scene as well as in eastern Iowa. Ball 1 up and into Senrizo. And then there are some really neat things for baseball fans, Ryan, on Saturday night to bid on.
You can also bid on tickets to 4 tickets to Chicago Cubs game next year, or 4 tickets to a Minnesota Twins game next year,
as well as the use of a diamond suite in the new Veterans Memorial Stadium. Senrizo falls behind as he fouls one off, and Senrizo's in the hole 1-2. Brett Cimarelli, a right-hander, is set. A curve, and it's just tipped foul behind the plate. It's still 1-2 to Senrizo. And then for Hawkeye basketball fans, Ryan, what a treat to bid on.
Oh, yeah, with all the Hawkeye fans in the Cedar Rapids, Iowa City area that'll be at the game. The Steve Alford Iowa basketball will be auctioned off as well.
That's autographed by Steve Alford. The 1-2 to Senrizo is driven into deep right center. I don't know if anybody can get there. Quan can't, neither can Jenkins, and it's a ground rule double. A ground rule double for Juan Senrizo. Senrizo showing great power as he launched one high and deep to right center. Neither Colonel outfielder Jenkins or Quan could get close to it. It hopped over the wall for a double. And it's second and third with only 1 out. The LumberKings trail by 6. They have runners in scoring position for Craig Ringy, a right-handed batter. And then gift certificates from a number of wonderful area restaurants to bid on for Cargill's Special Olympic night on this Saturday.
Yes, John, restaurants such as Leonardo's, the American Skillet, Olive Garden, Biaggi's, Texas Roadhouse. Good places.
And we'll tell you that Ringy has taken a pitch inside for a ball. Also, overnight weekend packages at a number of area first-rate hotels to bid on.
Area hotels such as the Collins Plaza, Hawthorne Suites, Holiday Inn Express, Best Western, and the Clarion Hotel.
A strike is in to Craig Ringy. He is 1 for 3. He's been hit by a pitch. He's just been hit again. The bases are loaded with 1 out as Brett Cimarelli has struck Craig Ringy with a curveball. The second time Ringy's been struck. Bases jammed, 1 out for Chris O'Riordan. Well, Brett Cimarelli experiencing a little bit of a problem here in that he's loaded the bases with 1 out. Brett Cimarelli, with nobody warming up in the Colonel bullpen, will be given ample opportunity to protect this Colonel lead and try to turn the LumberKing rally back with a guy who takes tons of pitches, Chris O'Riordan, now at the plate. This game is 3 hours old. We're in the bottom of the 8th inning, 9-3 Colonels. LumberKings have the bases loaded with 1 out. Strike 1 called from Brett Cimarelli, a fastball. Boy, it's good to see Brett out there battling. You root so much for a kid like Cimarelli because he has such a good heart. Always upbeat, always pleasant, always helpful. A shot into center, sends Quan Cosby back. Quan is there and has it. A runner tags from third. He scores. That's Jose Gonzalez. And a sacrifice fly by Chris O'Riordan makes it 9-4 Colonels. Chris O'Riordan has skied to center, sending in a run. He has 17 RBIs in 36 games. Holding at second was Senrizo. That surprised me a little bit because Quan was backpedaling on the play. I thought Juan would go to third, but he held with his team down by 5. It's 9-4 Colonels. Scoring was Jose Gonzalez, and the batter is Manny Santana. 2 on, 2 out. Strike 1 from Brett Cimarelli. Saturday night is Cargill's Special Olympic night at the ballpark by bidding on those litany of items, memorabilia, gift certificates, baseball tickets, you can help raise money for the Special Olympians. Saturday night is also Goodwill night at the ballpark by donating an item of clothing, a household appliance, a kitchen item, a toy, something out of your tool shed. Boy, anything that would be useful that the Goodwill can resell, bring it to the ballpark and donate it to the Goodwill truck on Saturday evening. You'll receive $1 off a club or plaza ticket on Goodwill night. Ball 2 is low and away to Manny Santana. He's ahead 2-1. Manny's a left-handed batter. Singled in a run his last time up. Ball 3 low from Brett. Now the Kernels have double-barreled action in their bullpen. Jeff Marquez is throwing, so is Ozzie Lugo. A pair of Colonel right-handers warming up down the left field line. Cimarelli's 3-1. Popped foul out of play. The count now full to Manny Santana. Well, Ryan Harris, I'll tell you what, it has been a delight to have you with us this whole spring and summer. You have dedicated yourself in a most outstanding way to help the Kernels in so many different areas. The runners go, and a pitch is hacked into left down the line. It could be a fair ball. It's a foul ball, and it drops foul beyond the reach of the hustling Caleb Mayer.
John, I've had a great time with my internship this summer. Learned so much here in Cedar Rapids that I will take with me for the future. This is definitely what I want to get into the business side of baseball. I'm excited to see where I might end up next summer.
Well, I have a rhetorical question for you. Is there any other side of baseball than the business side? Of course, the answer is no. This is a business. And, of course, what highlights the business is making folks happy and providing them with fun, wholesome, affordable entertainment. Ball 4 is high to Santana. That could do it for Brett Cimarelli. He's loaded the bases with 2 outs. Brett has walked a pair, hit a batter, given up a double. Here comes Eric Bennett, the Colonel pitching coach, out of the third base dugout to talk it over with Brett Cimarelli. Yes, there's certainly, and when we say the business side of baseball, we mean everything from how hot the popcorn is to
promotions, group nights, getting those people in the ballpark.
That's right. Well, the theme from Andy Griffith has surfaced here at the Lion Energy Field. That certainly brings back a memory from the past with Opie skipping those rocks across the lake in North Carolina. Right now, though, a cause for concern is Brett Cimarelli has been talked to by Colonel pitching coach Eric Bennett. And let's see if Simi can keep this Colonel lead at 5 with Hector LeBron standing in. Ball 1 low. Colonel Baseball here from Clinton, brought to you in part by our great friends at Rockwell Collins. Rockwell Collins and the Kernels, partners in making Cedar Rapids the best place to live, work, and play in all of eastern Iowa. That's Rockwell Collins. A strike call to Hector. It's 1-1. Bases loaded, 2 out. The LumberKings have already stranded 10 men. The Kernels have led throughout since posting 4 in the first inning. They're up 9-4 here in the 8th. Ground ball to second. Weed has it and throws out the batter. And good scouting again by the Kernels. B.J. Weed was playing LeBron to hit it in the hole. That's where Hector did. He grounded it sharply to the right side. Had Weed not been playing over in the hole in a shifted position, that would have been a 2-run single for Hector LeBron. 1 run for Clinton in the 8th inning off Brett Cimarelli on 1 hit. 2 walks, a hit batter. The Kernels made no errors. Clinton left 3. They've stranded 13. We go to the top of the 9th inning. Kernels lead the LumberKings 9-4. You're listening to Colonel Baseball on the Zone.
There are 2 important numbers you need to remember when getting your garbage and trash ready for Collection Day in Cedar Rapids. Waste containers cannot hold more than 35 gallons or weigh more than 40 pounds. When you have extra garbage and trash you want picked up by city crews, each can or bag must be marked with special tags. They're available for $1.25 a piece at area convenience stores or supermarkets. This reminder from Cedar Rapids Solid Waste and Recycling.
Miller Lite, Miller Time, track 4.
Like a friend, there's always things down the road that
Miller Lite, Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Live responsibly.
Nature provides a built-in mechanism for animals to get ready for their future. Animals start hoarding food in the early autumn, knowing it will be scarce during the winter. We don't seem to have that same kind of savvy. Pekin Insurance Agent Teresa Brunsheen at Family Insurance Center in Monticello can help you plan ahead. Teresa can help you make sure you have the right insurance coverages for your particular needs. Nature's message is clear. Prepare. See Teresa Brunsheen, your Pekin Insurance Agent in Monticello at Family Insurance Center.
Oh, we're having some laughs here in the press box at Alliant Energy Field where Colonel Intern Ryan Harris has been a huge help to us, and it's been great to have him aboard for this ball game. He was our dugout interview guest. The Colonels will start with Matt Abram at the plate to lead off the top of the ninth inning in a 9-4 game. Franco Peasley, a left-hander, misses low, ball one to Matt Abram. Abrams had a big day at the plate. He drove in a run with the bases loaded walk back in the Colonel 4-run first. And he cues one off the end of the bat foul down the right side, strike one. Abram led off, or with 2 outs in the third, doubled. He doubled down the right field line, scored on a bad hop single over the head of the first baseman off the bat of Jake Mathis. The Colonels have led throughout today, trying to even this series at a game apiece. Franco's pitch is rolled foul past third. 1-2 to Matt Abram. We'll be checking in with Deb Williams, our in-studio engineer, following this Colonel ninth inning to see what else has transpired in those West Coast games in the American League. Seattle hosting the Red Sox, Detroit playing our parent club, the 2002 World Champion Angels, and Oakland and Toronto tagging in the Bay Area. A curveball catches Matt Abram looking, a strike at the knees, and there's one gone in the Colonel ninth inning. Again, we will be checking in with in-studio engineer Deb Williams following this Colonel ninth inning. Can Jake Mathis keep his perfect day intact? He has a walk and 3 straight hits. He's driven in 1, scored 2. A knee-buckling curve is in there to Jake Mathis. Well, Ryan Harris, you mentioned your good friendship with Micah Posey. Who else on the Colonel team? You're a colleague of these kids. You're their same ages. Who else has struck you as a really good guy in that Colonel clubhouse?
That's what's been a lot of fun this summer is being able to interact with the players. I've done a couple things with BJ Weed. Went out to the Midwest League All-Star game with BJ at Grand Rapids, Michigan.
And you have to tell me something. Is it true that he spun out in an automobile on a racetrack, not on the highway?
That is correct. We went to the Berlin Speedway there, owned by the same company that owns the West Michigan Whitecaps. And I don't believe the players were really invited, but BJ really, really wanted to go. He had some background in racing, and he took a race car for a little spin, both on the track and a little spin in the infield as well. He lost control of the car. We thought he was going into the wall, but he stayed out of it.
Oh, boy.
Apparently, BJ had some experience with his father, who I later met later in the season when he came to Cedar Rapids. His father used to race in cars, so BJ really wanted to go, and we made him, we let him come, and he had a good time. Only player to appear there.
A 1-2 pitch to Jake Mathis, lefty against lefty. Ball 2 just missed outside from Franco Peasley. 1 out, top of the ninth, 9-4 Colonels. We've out-hit Clinton 11-9. We've left 8 men on. The LumberKings have stranded 13. Franco Peasley with the 2-2 to Mathis. A curve and a swing and a miss. Jake gone on strikes the first time he's been retired today. 2 strikeouts for Peasley in this inning, 3 in his relief appearance. Caleb Mayer is up with 2 out and nobody on here in the Colonel ninth inning. Well, I'm glad to hear you and BJ got a good friendship started. He's a super young man.
BJ also went to a player appearance with me just the other day. We went to the St. Jude's Corn Festival.
Oh.
And we took place in the Celebrity corn shucking contest.
Wow.
It was BJ, myself, a Gazette reporter, and Colonel Jude, the St. Jude mascot. And it was BJ's first ever time shucking corn. He's a New York native, so he had his first opportunity shucking corn, and he shucked 16 ears of corn in 5 minutes.
Wow.
It was fun to watch him. He had a good time, I believe. And I ended up with 17. I beat him by 1.
My goodness, my goodness, Ryan, that's amazing. If you wonder why I keep calling Ryan Matt, I've been doing it all year. I'll tell you the story in a moment. The 1-1 to Mayer. Check swing, bouncer back to the hill. It's fielded by Franco Peasley, and he tosses to first to get Caleb Mayer, who has a 2-run homer in this game and 3 RBIs. In the 8th inning, in the 9th inning, the Kernels go 1-2-3-0 across. I'll pick up where we left off in a moment on why I keep referring to Ryan as Matt. We're going to check in with Deb Williams right now, our in-studio engineer. As we go to the bottom of the 9th inning, it's the Kernels 9, the LumberKings 4. You're listening to Colonel Baseball on the Zone.
Benjamin Franklin once said, "Well done is better than well said." Thanks, Ben. At Benjamin Franklin Plumbing, we agree that talk is cheap. But what separates Benjamin Franklin Plumbing from all the others? I must say, I don't know. Well, for starters, a Benjamin Franklin plumber's work begins the moment you make the call. Really? How so? Our call takers are real problem solvers. They'll set up your service appointment around your schedule. And when it comes to the actual work, our plumbers won't waste your time. We'll be there. In fact, if we don't show up on time, we'll give you a Franklin, a Benjamin Franklin, $100 bill. Splendid. You can expect prompt, punctual, courteous service, and we'll be sure to get your approval before starting any work. Now that's my kind of plumber. Benjamin Franklin plumbers are trained to fix your problems so they stay fixed. That's why we're named Benjamin Franklin, the punctual plumber.
Call your Benjamin Franklin plumber at Strictly Plumbing, 373-2524.
Benjamin Franklin, the punctual plumber.
Hey, man, what's up? Just getting ready to kick your butt. Right. And mess up your hair? You just wish you could look this good. Boo! Nothing but net. Hey, I'm a busy guy. I don't have time to make my hair look as good as yours. I mean, who has time to schedule an appointment, let alone show up for it? Not me. I just go to Cost Cutters. I can get in whenever it's convenient for me. Nice shot. Yeah. So you're telling me you just walk into Cost Cutters and come out looking good? Well, for some of us that comes naturally. But Cost Cutters makes it easier. They can do anything you want. A cool cut, even some color, and get some of that styling gel stuff to keep you looking good. Like me. Oh, so that's why your hair never moves. Oh, you're funny. Cost Cutters. Thanks, man. This'll save me some time. Great. Then you'll have time to work on your game. Oh, yeah, that's funny.
Are you a busy guy? Save yourself time and walk into one of our area's 12 Cost Cutters whenever it's convenient for you. Then relax, because Cost Cutters will make things easy and affordable for you.
Cost Cutters. Live your life. We always have time for your hair.
Cellular, we connect with you. And Ryan Harris on the hill is a right-hander for the Kernels.
We have Ozzie Lugo now pitching for the Kernels. Ozzie has a 2.64 ERA. This is his 47th appearance of the season, all out of the bullpen. He has a 1-2 record, and in 58 innings pitched, he has 67 strikeouts to 26 base on balls, and he has given up 36 hits.
And he leads the Kernels in saves.
He sure does. He has 10 saves on the season for the Kernels.
He's dropped in a couple of his patented overhand curveballs for strikes to Chris Hiley. Now a curve is mashed foul pass first, and it's 1-2 or 0-2 remains the count to Chris Hiley.
Another great save guy we had for the Kernels this season, Rich Thompson, also known as Chopper. I had a good friendship with him while he was here.
Super kid.
He is a very mature kid for his age. Australian-born player. He got promoted to Rancho Cucamonga quite a while back, but
yeah,
he definitely deserved the promotion.
A curve highly held up in time for ball one. The reason I've stumbled, well, more than once, accidentally calling Ryan Harris Matt Harris, is that Matt has become a good friend of mine over the years, and I'll have Ryan tell you about his older brother and all the neat things he's done in professional baseball. Lugo fires low. Abruzzo was about to send it around the horn, but the plate umpire said ball too low.
That's right, John. My brother Matt Harris is quite a bit older than me. He's 31 years old, and he's been in minor league baseball he was in it for 9 seasons. This is his first summer out. I know he misses it. He's jealous of me having a position with the Kernels, but that's where I got the ambition to join the Kernels and be in minor league baseball.
Ball 3 low to Hiley. Ozzie was ahead 0-2. Now the count full. I think Ozzie will deliver one of his curveballs and hopes that Hiley can't get a piece of it. The payoff pitch, a curve, and Hiley did get a piece of it, bouncing it foul towards the third base Colonel dugout. Ryan Harris, your brother started in a market that is now very active in the Wood Bat League. It's where UNI plays their baseball games.
Yes, Riverfront Stadium in Waterloo, Iowa is where he got his start. He had an internship there, but the Waterloo Diamonds left before he could even work a game there. So that's where he got his start in minor league baseball.
Swing and a miss by Hiley on that curveball we expected from Ozzie. 1 out in the bottom of the 9th inning. 9-4 Kernels. Then Matt Harris went on to great things in southeastern Iowa.
He worked for the Burlington Bees for a couple of seasons down in Burlington, then moved to Beloit, Wisconsin. He met up with Jeff Nelson, the GM there in Beloit again.
And then on to one of the biggest or fastest growing tourist areas, and we'll tell our listeners about that in a moment. A swing and a miss by Cameron Coughlin. Now a tap to the left side. He should beat it out. Porter gloves and throws not in time. An infield single for the sprinter Cameron Coughlin. He nubbed it right off the end of the bat. It's the 10th hit of the day for the LumberKings. An infield single off the end of the bat by Cameron Coughlin, who has 3 hits today. 1 on, 1 out here in the bottom of the 9th inning. 9-4 Kernels. And where was that kind of exotic and envious place where your older brother Matt served his last part before I'm getting ahead of myself. Where was he?
He had the great opportunity to work for the Myrtle Beach Pelicans in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. That's where he and his wife Carrie reside yet today. The Pelicans are the Class A Carolina League affiliate of the Atlanta Braves. He worked there for 3 seasons. Left last fall. Decided he'd get out of minor league baseball for a while. He looked at some other positions in baseball, but decided he and his wife just loved it in Myrtle Beach. They wanted to stay around there for a little while longer.
Ball 1 to Larry Grayson from Ozzie. Now a breaking pitch for a strike. Grayson this afternoon is walked twice and grounded to second and flown out to center. 1 on, 1 out, bottom of the 9th, 9-4 Kernels. You have had the opportunity to visit your older brother Matt in Myrtle Beach several times, and boy, I can't wait to visit there. Dallas McPherson, our star from a year. Here's a pitch in the dirt, and Cameron Coughlin advances to second on a wild pitch. Dallas McPherson has a condominium in Myrtle Beach, at Myrtle Beach, however they say it. He kindly invited me out to visit his condominium, and I'd love to do that sometime. I can't wait to see Myrtle Beach, South Carolina.
I know you've said that. It's a great place to visit. Family atmosphere as well. Great beaches there. Awesome golf courses. They are, quote-unquote, the golf capital of the world.
The 2-1 to Grayson is low and away. Ball 3. Ozzie Lugo is fallen behind the right-handed batter, 3-1. This game is approaching 3.5 hours in length. We're in the bottom of the 9th, 9-4 Kernels. We've out-hit Clinton 11-10. The LumberKings have a runner at second with 1 out. 3-1, the count to right-handed hitting Larry Grayson. Stands straight away from the right side, wears a pair of white batting gloves. And takes inside, ball 4. We're going to count up the number of walks now. And I do not want to be critical of the umpiring crew, but there is something to what I'm going to say next. The Colonel pitching staff has now walked 8 batters. The Colonel pitching staff last night walked 10 batters. The LumberKing pitching staff this afternoon has walked 7 batters. And anytime you have that many walks, you have to say the fact our ball club, our pitching staff leads the league in walks. The LumberKing ball club leads the league in walks drawn, and that's kind of a bad combination. Plus, you have umpires that have rather small strike zones. A curve is low to Jose Gonzalez, ball one. Yeah, we walked 10 men last night. 3 of them scored. We have walked 8 this afternoon, plus hit 2 batters. The 1-0 to Gonzalez. Low and away, ball 2. Ozzie Lugo ordinarily works under pressure. This afternoon, he's trying to protect a 9th inning lead of 5 runs. He's allowed an infield single, thrown a wild pitch, and walked a batter. He's fallen behind switch hitter Jose Gonzalez, 2-0. There's a strike at the knees from Ozzie. 927 here today, and they're all still very much in the game, making a lot of noise. 927 on hand. Gonzalez takes strike 2 from Ozzie, a changeup.
John, don't worry about calling me Matt. I know you've done that several times.
More than several, but
I hear it quite often. My brother and I get confused, and people get confused about the 2 of us, and I've heard it more than once, so my parents will do that as well. So,
well, Ryan, thank you.
I'll answer to either.
Well, thank you very much. The 2-2 to the switch hitter. Pop foul over the screen. The count remains even to Jose Gonzalez. Top of the order around the corner, so Ozzie would love to get this number 9 hitter and take his chances with Juan Senrizo. I heard the sound effect from Flipper in the background. Boy, the click effects here at Alliant Energy Field are amazing. A swing and a foul by Gonzalez, and it's still 2-2. You know, we mentioned the business of baseball, and in essence, the business of baseball is providing unforgettable family fun and entertainment, and they do that here at Alliant Energy Field. The crowd's still whooping it up. Another 2-2 from Lugo. Swing and a miss, a curveball. Ozzie records his second strikeout of the inning, and there are 2 on, 2 out for Juan Senrizo. Some fella was exasperated by that strikeout. You'd have thought he'd have been stabbed in the heart with a dagger. Did you hear that, Brian?
Sure did.
He goes,
Definitely did not want that in this situation.
No, he didn't. Senrizo is 2 for 5. Juan, the leadoff batter. Facing Ozzie Lugo here in the bottom of the 9th. Ozzie with that big 12 o'clock to 6 o'clock curveball. It's a strike called. That's a pitch that could get Ozzie Lugo a long way up the Anaheim Angel organization. Hopefully all the way to the Angels. The 0-1 from Ozzie to Senrizo. Low, ball 1, a curve. This Juan Senrizo, boy, would I like to have future in his stock. He has a big league arm. He has big league speed. The one aspect that he needs to work on is a little bit of a higher batting average. But he's got all the tools that the Rangers are excited about. Fastball taken outside by Senrizo, ball 2. He just sounds, his name sounds like a ball player's. Juan Senrizo.
Easy to announce, yeah.
Coughlin at second, Grayson at first here in the bottom of the 9th. 2 out, 9-4 Kernels. Lugo checks the runner at second. Ozzie wings one homer to curve, strike 2 at the knees. 2-2 to Juan Senrizo. This game started at 2:05. It's now just past 5:30. And the Kernels are within a strike and an out of evening the series at a game apiece. Big gap in left center. I hear something I don't want to report. The 2-2 is low in the dirt, And a runner goes to third. Ryan, I'm laughing. Our guest last night on the dugout interview was Tri-State Travel Motor Coach driver Marv James. And Marv must be listening to the Clinton broadcast because there's that safety mechanism on a bus. It's a loud beeping sound. And Marv is backing the Tri-State Travel Motor Coach bus up in anticipation of a final out. Here's a tip, a roller foul up the third base line. The LumberKings are far from through, as I can still continue to hear Marv.
Marv is ready to go for it. He's said this 3.5 hour game is long enough. Let's get back to Cedar Rapids apparently.
Whenever I hear that, I just visualize Marv cautiously backing up with that beep, beep, beep. Oh, brother. First and third. Now the payoff. A curve, and that one's launched foul down the right field line. Larry Grayson has been getting a wind sprint workout, running from first to second on these 2-out 3-2 pitches to Senriso. Hopefully Marv James is safely backed the Tri-State Travel Motor Coach up into a ready position. Now the only thing is we have to get a last out or strike on Juan Senriso. A curve is popped in the air behind second. Coming on is Cosby. Weed out. Quan Cosby makes a one-handed catch as B.J. Weed went tumbling into the ground. Juan Senriso ends the game by popping in to shallow center, and the Kernels are 9-4 winners here this afternoon. Senriso flies to shallow center where Quan caught it. No runs for Clinton in the ninth inning. One hit, a walk. There were no Kernel errors, and 2 stranded by the LumberKings, who left an astounding 15 men on today. The Kernels 9, the LumberKings 4. Totals, highlights, and more next on the Kernel Curtain Call. You're listening to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
Hawk fans, Gary Dolphin here. Have you been to Kinnick lately? If you have, the Hawkeyes thank you. If you haven't, tickets are on sale now for the 7 home football games to be played this fall. And what a blockbuster schedule it is. The Red Hawks of Miami, Ohio, and nationally ranked Arizona State highlight the non-conference schedule. Visits to Kinnick by Michigan, Penn State, and arch rivals Illinois and Minnesota round out the Big Ten home slate. Those are the kinds of games that are tough on coaches, but great for the fans in the stands. Season tickets, 3-game mini plans, single game seats, group tickets, family packages, discounted youth tickets, you name it, the Hawkeyes have it, and they're on sale now. To reserve your seat inside legendary Kinnick Stadium for 1, 3, or all 7 home games of the 2003 Hawkeyes, visit www.hawkeyesports.com or call 1-800-IA-HAWKS. Nothing comes close to being at Kinnick with 70,000 of your closest friends. Don't delay, be a part of the fun. Dial in at www.hawkeyesports.com or 1-800-IA-HAWKS. Go Hawkeyes!
It's time for the Kernels Curtain Call, right here on the Zone, ESPN Radio 1600 AM. With a recap of all the action, the State Farm Major League scoreboard, plus a look ahead to the next Kernels game, let's rejoin the voice of the Kernels, the one, the only John Rogers, here on the Zone, ESPN Radio 1600 AM.
The Kernels have evened this pivotal 4-game series with Clinton at a game apiece. The Kernels trail the LumberKings by 4. We have 6 left remaining with them all here at Alliant Energy Field. 9-4 Kernels. The Kernels put this game away early by drawing 6 walks in the first inning against starter Gary Hogan. They scored 4 runs in the first inning on 1 hit and 6 walks. Jake Mathis was the star for the Kernels on offense. He had 3 hits, 2 runs driven in. He scored twice. Caleb Mayer belted a 2-run homer, and Leonardo Damico was brilliant in his 3rd start of the year, working 5 magnificent innings to post the win. Here's the final line score for the Kernels: 9 runs, 11 hits, no errors. We left 8. The LumberKings: 4 runs, 10 hits, 2 errors. They stranded an astounding 15 runners. The winning pitcher was starter Leonardo Damico. He's 1-0. The Lumber King loser was Gary Hogan, who's 5-5. The game took 2 hours and 29 minutes to play before 927 here at Alliant Energy Field. A break from Clinton, and we'll enjoy our Kernel plays of the game when we return. You're listening to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
What can I help you with here at Big Time Motors?
Well, I'm looking for a used car. I like this one. What's the price?
Listen, lady, I don't sell prices. I sell cars. But I guess if you must know, it's this.
Wow. That's $2,000 more than the one low price on the exact same car at Randy Keel Honda. And I didn't even have to ask them. Randy Keel has the prices posted for every car on their lot.
Well, we've got the best service department to stand behind our vehicles.
Really? Randy Keel showed me they're number one in service and sales customer satisfaction. How do you know yours is the best?
My manager told me.
Thanks, but I think I'm going back to Randy Keel Honda to get the best price and the best service.
But I could throw in a free air freshener to put over the rearview mirror.
Nice try.
Randy Keel Honda understands what you need when you're looking for a new or used car. They post their prices clearly, so you don't have to guess, and they'll never pressure you. That's why they're number one in service and sales customer satisfaction. And they just won the President's Award from American Honda. Come find out for yourself. Randy Keel Honda is on Center Point Road in Cedar Rapids, or you can visit them at randykeel.com.
9-4 Kernels, and Ryan Harris, I grossly underestimated the length of this game.
Took a whole 3 hours and 29 minutes. Long game here this afternoon.
I said 2:29, and Ryan chuckled during the break here on the Colonel Curtain Call and said, John, 3:29. That was a long game, but well worth it as the Kernels turned back the Lumber Kings 9-4. Let's enjoy our Kernel plays of the game. After the Kernels scored 2 runs on walks in the first inning, Jake Mathis was at the plate with the bases loaded, and 1 out. Jake Mathis at the plate. What will happen on a 3-1 pitch to Jake? Ball 4, and that may be it for Gary Hogan. 3 runs have scored on walks. Yes, and Jake Mathis drove in the third, drawing a bases-loaded walk in the first inning. And that was it for Gary Hogan. On came reliever Luis Rodriguez. The bases were loaded with 1 out, and the Kernel hitter was Caleb Mayer. Shoots one into center field, way back. Senrito may not get it, and he will get it against the wall in center. Scoring from third is Abruzzo to make it 4-0. Caleb Mayer hit one to deep center, 395 feet away. It was caught by Juan Senrito on the warning track, but coming home with the 4th run of the inning was Jared Abruzzo. Let's move ahead to the Kernel 3rd inning with the Kernels leading 4-0. A 2-out double by Matt Abram. And that brought Jake Mathis to the plate. Jake was a huge catalyst in the Kernel offensive surge this afternoon. Let's listen in. Mathis wraps one. Oh, a bad hop single over the first baseman's head. A throw. Oh, Grayson booted it. And now Abram, who was going to stop at third, races home to make it 5-0 Kernels. Jake Mathis with a base hit over the head. A bad hop single over Hector LeBron's head made it 5-0 Kernels. The Kernels led it 5-0 in the 3rd inning. And with Mathis at first, Caleb Mayer was at the plate. The payoff pitch to Caleb. Hit into left center. Going back is Cameron Coughlin. It is off the scoreboard. Whoa, a 2-run homer, Ryan Harris. A deep drive to left center. I completely misjudged it. It's a 2-run homer for Mayer, his 6th of the year. It's 7-0 Kernel on a home run off the screen, protecting the scoreboard and left by Mayer. With the Kernels leading it 7-2 in the 7th inning. Jake Mathis was at the plate with Abruzzo at first. Here's our final Kernel play of the game. Mathis, now Jake drills one into right center for extra bases. And Abruzzo score all the way from first. Jared's headed to third. Todd Klaus is going to wave him home. It's going to be close. Here's the play at the... Oh, they mishandled the relay. And Abruzzo scores all the way from first on a double ripped into the right center field alley by Jake Mathis. Jake has his 3rd straight hit of the game. He's reached base safely for the 4th time today. And Jake Mathis rammed one into the right center field alley to give the Kernels an 8-2 lead. The Kernels won it 9-4. We'll take a break, a final one here from Alliant Energy Field. Return with a complete look at the State Farm Major League scoreboard next You're listening to Colonel Baseball on the Zone.
Everyone deserves a great insurance agent, not just any insurance agent. Paul Draper, your Pekin insurance agent at Sheets Forest Draper Insurance in Marion, has the experience and knowledge to provide you with top-notch insurance coverages. Sheets Forest Draper Insurance in Marion has been insuring individuals like you for over 100 years. Dependable protection from Pekin insurance agent Paul Draper at Sheets Forest Draper Insurance in Marion, an agency you know and trust.
Whether you're a serious athlete or a weekend warrior, injuries can take you out of your game. Smart athletes know that Physiotherapy Associates in Cedar Rapids are the experts in the treatment and prevention of sport-related injuries. Our expert staff serves the metro and surrounding area high school athletes. Physiotherapy Associates of Cedar Rapids, the smart choice in sports medicine. Call us at 398-1569. That's 398-1569. We'll get you back in your game today.
The Kernels whipped Clinton this afternoon, 9-4, and we're proud to bring you here on the Colonel Curtain Call a complete look at scores in the big leagues. It's the State Farm Major League Scoreboard, brought to us by State Farm Insurance agent Al Shetler, Dale Thompson, Gary Shubat, and Lanny Peterson. Here's Ryan Harris with a complete look at the State Farm Major League Scoreboard.
In the American League at Jacobs Field in Cleveland, the Cleveland Indians 5, the Tampa Bay Devil Rays 4 in 12 innings. At Camden Yards in Baltimore, it was a shutout for the New York Yankees this afternoon. 8-0 the Yankees over the Orioles. At beautiful Kauffman Stadium in Kansas City, the Kansas City Royals 5, the Minnesota Twins 4. And in Seattle, currently in the 8th inning, the Seattle Mariners 3, the Boston Red Sox 1. The world champion Anaheim Angels, the parent club of the Cedar Rapids Kernels 6, and the Detroit Tigers 4 from Anaheim right now in the 7th. And in Oakland in the 8th inning, currently it is the A's 7 and the Toronto Blue Jays 3. Over to the National League. It was a shutout for Arizona at Turner Field in Atlanta this afternoon. Arizona 2, Atlanta 0. For the Montreal Expos, they scored 4 runs to San Francisco 2 in Montreal this afternoon. The New York Mets pulled out a win against the Colorado Rockies 6-4 in New York. In Cincinnati, the Reds won 4-3 against the Houston Astros. Down in Miami, Florida, the Florida Marlins 11, the San Diego Padres 7. And at PNC Park in Pittsburgh, it was the Pittsburgh Pirates 5, the Milwaukee Brewers 2. And one last final in the National League at Wrigley Field in Chicago, it was the LA Dodgers 3, the Chicago Cubs 0. We have 2 night games in the American League. We have the Chicago White Sox versus the Texas Rangers. And in the National League, it is the St. Louis Cardinals at the Philadelphia Phillies. That game can be heard right here on the Zone 1600.
It sure can. Ryan Harris, thank you for reminding our listeners of that Cardinal-Philly game comes your way in less than an hour and 15 minutes here on the Zone. The State Farm Major League Scoreboard brought to you by State Farm Insurance agents Gary Shubat, Al Shetler, Lanny Peterson, and Dale Thompson. 9-4 Kernels. We'll be right back at Alliant Energy Field here tomorrow evening. A 6:40 dugout interview time. First pitch 7 o'clock. The series even at a game apiece. The Kernels 4 behind Clinton with 14 remaining in the second half and 6 remaining with the LumberKings. So hopefully the Kernels can make some more headway with another good performance tomorrow evening. Thanks to Deb Williams, our in-studio engineer, for all of her wonderful work. Remember, the Cardinals and Phillies come your way in just less than an hour and 15 minutes here on the Zone. For Colonel intern Ryan Harris, I'm John Rogers. It was wonderful to have you with us this afternoon from Clinton, where the Kernels knocked off the LumberKings 9-4. You're listening to Colonel Baseball on the Zone.
You're in the Zone. ESPN Radio, 1600 AM.
Are you ready?
KCRG Cedar Rapids.